nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
All right, thank you. You may put your hands down. It's, and prior to going on the record, Ms. Tebow had announced that she's invoking the rule. What that means is that everybody that's a witness to this case, it's important that you don't have any discussions with the parties or with another witness or with the lawyers about what's happening during this hearing. You're not allowed to sit and listen to the testimony. So it's very important that you get into a room where you cannot hear what's going on. If you are able to hear any of the testimony, or let's say you got on YouTube and you watched some of the testimony, or you talked to one of the parties and had a conversation, like, you're not going to believe what he said on the stand or what she said on the stand. If you have a conversation like that, or you do anything to listen to the testimony, you're going to be prevented from testifying, and you're going to get in trouble with the court. So it's very important that you can have conversations with the lawyers and you can have conversations with the parties, but it can't be about anything related to the testimony in this case. Does anybody have any questions about the rule or how that works?
Your Honor,
So what that means is also, yes, Mr. Trecken.
I see on my screen someone called Chris's iPhone, but no person is behind it as to whether or not they're a witness, and they've been sworn.
Mr. Broussard. Yeah, Chris Broussard, he's on my witness list and your witness list, Mr. Tracton.
Chris Bloschke.
Mr. Broussard.
I'm sorry, Chris
You can start
Bloschke.
your,
Oh, God, I'm sorry.
Mr. Bloschke, if you would please start your video for me.
I'll try. I'm not sure. Oh. I'm not sure how. I had it going on my iPad and then my Wi-Fi died, so I had to connect. Oh, there we go.
There should be something along the where you do audio, right? There you go.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, I got it.
Mr. Bloschke, is that how you say it?
Bloschke.
Bloschke. Mr. Bloschke, if you would please raise your right hand for me, just so the lawyers can see you sworn in.
Can you see it?
You solemnly swear affirm the testimony.
Hold on. Hold on.
Oh, God.
Gotta love Zoom, right?
Well, a telemarketer was trying to call me. Okay, can you see me now?
I can. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. All right, so the witnesses are going to be excused, and we will bring you in one at a time when it's your turn to testify. It may be that the lawyers will allow you to stop your video and do some other things and just kind of be on call. I'll let you talk to the lawyers about that. But we're going to take a brief break so the lawyers can work through some exhibits, and then we're going to start the hearing at 10 o'clock. Does anybody have any questions about or what the rule means? Y'all understand?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Lawyers, if y'all can work through those exhibits, and I'm going to put the witnesses back in the waiting room. The witnesses, we will call you in when it's your turn to testify. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. You two can go. If you wouldn't mind waiting in the conference room until I'll visit with you, probably. It's going to be closer to lunchtime, probably.
Okay.
Like 12, 12:30.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all.
Not sure if we're in the, are we in a, I don't think yet. Has he put us in the working room yet?
I can put you in a working room. Let me do that. I can do that, or I was going to leave the bench, but why don't I just leave the y'all talk, and I'm going to, when I come back, I will turn my video on, but I'm going to take about a 10-minute break and we'll start it.
Okay. All right, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. Therese, I still do not have the FIS. It hasn't arrived yet.
Well, I've sent it to you 3 or 4 times. I can send it to you again, but I sent it to your personal and your service, so I don't know what to tell you. Do you have another one? Do you want me to send it to Lisa?
No, Lisa's pulling it up off of service for me.
Yeah,
I
but
got
she
the
has
other
a separate
document. I
email.
got your other documents. I haven't gotten that yet.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. I can send it to Lisa. I sent it to you. I sent it to service. Let me double check, but I think I've sent it to, let me send it to Lisa.
Give me some idea. This is yours. I'm gonna. Oh, we lost Kathy.
Okay, I resent it to everybody again. Okay, all right. Where do you want to start?
Well, we'll start.
Okay, you're dragging again when you speak. Go ahead.
It looks okay on this end. Tell me if I do start dragging. That way I can figure
I
out.
will. Let's go.
I'm sorry.
I will. Let's go. Because he only gave us, first he gave us 10, then he gave us 15, then he gave us 10. So,
Well, we're
and
starting
you
with
have
you.
29 exhibits. So,
I'm still trying to answer you. Okay. As far as exhibits go, on number one, I haven't seen your FIS yet. I don't have a problem with the 2017 tax return, and I'm looking for the paycheck stubs. I probably don't have a problem with either one of those, but I just haven't seen them yet. Number two, your witness list, I wouldn't have a problem with. Number three, I have a problem with your three, the whole group.
let me look at 3. Hold on. I'll just have her do them substantiate them. So that's, whatever. Go ahead. What's next?
Number four, I'm going to not agree with.
Okay.
Number five, I'm okay with. Number six, I'm okay with. Number seven, I'm not. And then your series of.
Okay. I'm afraid that that's a proposed temporary order, and it's also just a document that I filed with the court. I don't think you have a right to agree with that or not, but go ahead.
Well, I'm saying I don't have to agree to admit it.
Well,
You
I
can file
don't
if
think
you
it's
do.
actually, I understand. Go ahead.
And number eight, I'm not in agreement. All the eights.
Okay, well then I'm not in agreement with any of your pictures.
Hold on, let me get to my pages here. Okay.
I'll take your FIS, your pay stubs. I'm not in agreement with any of your pictures.
All right, let me get to that. Would you give me the numbers?
Yeah, let's see. I think it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15,
Can you review
16,
and take a look at three again?
17, I will, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29.
That's all there is.
All of the
29.
pictures. I don't agree to any picture, whatever picture.
So the,
Now, you want me to look at 3?
so 1, 2, and 3 are financials and tax returns and pay stubs.
And I agree to those. I don't know
So
why Mr. Tracton wouldn't agree to my client's pay stubs, but okay, because they're no different than his.
I did not qualify. I qualified and said I have not received yours yet, but I just now
Well,
was going to
actually,
doc-
number 3 is my client's pay stub. Where is your client's pay stub?
His-
All you have is their tax return. You
Well,
don't have any pay stubs.
if you'll give me a second to answer your question,
Okay,
take a look at Exhibit 1.
right?
It's the pages behind the FIS.
It's
Oh,
there.
okay, all right. We're good. Then I agree to 1, 2, and let me look at 3 because that's mine. My client's pay stub. Hold on. Let me see, when's it from? Yeah, it's from last year. I'll have to, I mean, I don't know that there's anything wrong with it. So
I put it in because I didn't have any from you.
you could have called me and asked me. I would have told you where they were attached, but that's okay.
Well, they said they were attached, and I still don't have the ones that you sent. So
Okay,
they're still pulling them
Mr.
down.
Tracton, I don't know what to tell you because I sent them 3 times already this morning.
Okay, the quantity's not a problem. They just haven't been able to be printed out yet.
Okay, well then maybe you should talk, maybe Lisa has them and she just hasn't brought them in.
Yeah, she's bringing them in as fast as she pulls them.
So anyway, did you say you had exhibits, Kathy?
Yes, I do. I didn't
What
have the
exhibits do you have?
financial.
You had what?
I didn't have the financial information sheet. I had everything else
no.
though.
Yeah, I know. So one of my question is, you don't have any exhibits that you want to enter personally?
No, I don't have any exhibits.
Okay, I didn't think so, but I wasn't sure when you answered to Judge Bell. I wasn't sure, and I was like, oh well, sometimes amicuses will have exhibits, so I just wanted to make sure.
Huh?
So anyway,
No.
looking at your office is like looking at like an art gallery or a museum.
Keeps me sane.
How's the dog?
She's good.
Good. My poor little boy's locked out in the atrium because he barks. And the other one is in a blanket under here in my office. It's my makeshift office. I'm having my house is being redone. They're out there working on it now, so I'm hoping they don't make too much noise.
Ms. Tebow, for everybody else's information, had contacted me when I was in a crisis with my dog. She had eaten some balm that I put on her. It was dog balm, but it had a essential oil in it that was a poison. So she went to the emergency room.
I can't believe that they put an essential oil that's a poison in a BALM bomb for a dog's paw. All dogs lick their paws.
And their noses. So I got to go to the emergency room, doggy emergency room for 2 days.
You should send them the bill.
Really?
The only thing more expensive than people emergency room is dog emergency room.
Not an exciting day.
Okay. Court's back on the record in the Broussard matter. Lawyers, do we have any stipulations as it relates to the exhibits of petitioner? Let's start with petitioner first, the petitioner's exhibits.
Yes, Judge. We agreed on my FIS, my tax returns. I'd have to see which exhibits. Mr. Tracton had the list of exhibits that he would agree to of mine. So maybe he can tell you.
Okay, Mr. Tracton,
Your Honor.
can you give me those numbers, Mr. Tracton?
Yes, sir. Exhibit number 1, although I qualify for the moment, I don't have a copy of what is being referred to as pay stubs. We're waiting on that. Ms. Tebow has indicated she has sent them, and I'm just waiting for my office to receive them. On number 2, we accepted her number 2, which is her witness list, and her number 5 and her number 6, which are both photographs.
All right, so Ms. Johnson, do you agree that 1, 2, 5, and 6 of petitioners?
Yes, Your
have
Honor.
No objection to those 4 exhibits?
I have no objection to
Are
them.
you offering those? Are you offering those at this time, Ms. Tebow?
I am, Judge.
P1, 2, 5, and 6 will be admitted, provided that those pay stubs get to Mr. Tracton. Let's deal
I
with,
sent them to 3
the
different emails, Judge, so he should get them.
I received them pretty quickly, so I don't know what the issue is.
I'll follow
Still-
up with my office.
let's deal with respondents exhibit. Any stipulations, Ms. Tebow, on respondents exhibits?
Yes, I'll take 1, 2, and 3, and 4 through 29 I object to.
Any objections, Ms. Johnson, to respondents 1, 2, or 3?
No, Your Honor.
Respondents 1, 2, and 3 are admitted. All right, I'm going to give each party 2 hours and 15 minutes. The amicus is going to have 1 hour. The amicus said she may only need 30 minutes. So if the amicus goes as quickly as she thinks, y'all make it a little more than 2 hours and 15 minutes, but I'm putting y'all on a clock so that we finish this today because I have a full plate tomorrow and I've got a trial coming in next week. So we really need to get this completed today. So you'll be on a strict clock. That includes your cross-examination, that includes your closing arguments, and that includes your opening statements. Keep that in mind. I will normally give you updates after witnesses. I don't normally interrupt testimony to give you an update, but if I feel like we're getting bogged down, sometimes I will remind you of your time estimate. So it's 2 hours and 15 for each side, 1 hour for the amicus. And with that, Ms. Tebow, you may give your opening statement.
Yes, Judge. This is a divorce with 2 children. One is 16, the girl Riley, and the other is either 13 or 14, Caden, the son. And Mr. and Mrs. Broussard have been their marriage has been estranged for quite a while. Mr. Broussard, I think the evidence will show is that my client should be the primary managing conservator. They should be joint managing conservators. We're willing to have Mr. Broussard have expanded possession and access. My client wants to make all the important head, med, and edge decision after consultation with Mr. Broussard. The children, I think the evidence will show is that there's an active ongoing plan of alienation being carried out by Mr. Broussard between the son and the mother prior to the mother, my client, Ms. Tina Broussard, filing the divorce. The child, Caden, and she had a regular teenage mother relationship, and now Mr. Broussard is doing things the evidence will show to make sure that Mrs. Broussard does not have contact with the child. And also, Mr. Broussard does not really have any relationship at all, very little, if any, relationship with his older daughter, Riley. And I think the evidence will show that Mr. Broussard has not made any attempts in general to repair his relationship with his daughter, except for possibly the last 2 weeks, he's made some attempts. I feel that that is disingenuous, coming on to the temporary order hearing like this. I think that the children would would be in better care of Mrs. Broussard, because she will be able to work better with the two children and will work to maintain both the children's relationship with Mr. Broussard. Further, Mr. Broussard earns almost twice as much money as Mrs. Broussard does. And so Mr. Broussard should be ordered to pay guideline child support. And he should also, Mrs. Broussard should be allowed to retain the marital home during the pendency of the divorce. And there should be some other, as I've outlined in my proposed temporary orders, which was also both an exhibit and I had e-filed with the court in November before our first hearing. They should be put on Close Parenting app. There should be, a 2-hour notification for hospitalization or surgery, mutual injunctions against discussing the current or future litigation, mutual injunction against speaking badly about the other party, mutual injunction against making plans for the children on the other party's period of possession, and the children should continue in the counseling of Sparkle Reed, and they should split the 50-50. There's some others that have to do with current and past litigation. The children subject to the suit should each have a bedroom, with each having their own beds. Mr. Broussard, I think the evidence will show Mr. Broussard has been cohabitating with his son for some time now. Also, the parties, of course, should be required to use precautions recommended by the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and during the pandemic. I think the rest of it is outlined. Also, that there is a special activity that Riley is involved in FFA, and she last year showed a pig, and she's going to show a steer this year.
Okay,
It's
hold on.
very expensive.
Lost
We'd like to ask that,
Ms. Tebow,
I'm
just
sorry,
one
Judge?
second. Just 1 second. We just lost Mr. Traxton. We're
Oh,
going to go off the record for 1 second. Got a
Yes,
lawyer that
Judge.
just dropped off of Zoom.
well, it could be the weather, Judge. The weather's really bad today. There's lots of storming all around, and I had hail yesterday here in Katy.
Yeah, it looks bad out there.
Or sunspots. I know sunspots will interfere.
Let's hope that's him. Let's see.
Sorry, Judge, just fell off.
Okay. We're back on the record in the Broussard matter. We stopped as soon as Mr. Traxton dropped off the Zoom meeting. We are back. And Ms. Tebow, you may continue with your opening.
Right, Judge. I was just saying that we are asking for certain provisions to be made regarding the children, certain injunctions, and those are listed in my proposed temporary orders plan. And also, I don't know if the judge recalls, but when we were there in November, Mr. Traxton floated the idea that one party take one child, my party, Tina Blaschke, take the Broussard take the daughter, and Mr. Broussard take the son. And we did say to the court at that time that we are absolutely against this, the continuing pattern of alienation by Mr. Broussard between his son and Mrs. Broussard that we will demonstrate is not in the best interest of the child, and also it's alienating the children from each other, and that is not, something that we would allow to happen. So we want both children, and any suggestion that the children should be separated, we are definitely against.
Thank you, Ms. Tebow. Mr. Traxton, would you like to give your opening at this time?
Yes, I would, Your Honor. We are also in agreement
You
the
may
parties should be joint managing conservators. It is best for the children. The relationship between the children and the parent is strained at best. It has not been improving until probably just very, very recently, like within the last week. My client's relationship with his daughter has improved. And apparently the relationship between the mother and the son has improved. I don't know if this is a matter of parents themselves having some influence that way, but as an overall, the problem is still existing. We have a daughter who is, as of the beginning, currently is failing in 2 of her courses that have.
Objection, Your Honor, to anything that would be testimony. Mr. Tracton may not testify.
Overruled. Mr. Tracton, you're telling the court the evidence you expect it's going to show. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may continue.
And in regards to what I believe is going to be heard by this court is the court's going to hear that my client has been involved with the daughter. There's the relationship between my client and his 16-year-old daughter, because she's 16, during this COVID event has been very strained. The parties themselves, Your Honor, have had this relationship where they've been separated but living in the same house. They do actually cooperate with each other in their cooking, watching TV, and some of those areas where they don't have such good cooperation. I believe you'll find that the testimony will say that in their parenting of the children in regards to the children communicating with the other parent. I believe the evidence.
Oh, no.
You're muted.
Did we lose him again?
I'm sorry?
You may
Oh,
continue.
Oh, I think that the testimony is going to find that there's been some extraordinary punishments on the son, thereby causing the son to Caden, their son.
objection, Your Honor. Mr. Tracton is testifying.
Overruled.
And I think the testimony is going to find that there's been extraordinary punishments done by the mother on the son that's alienating the child from his mother, that the parenting issue is flowing down from the mother to and through their daughter, where the daughter is acting as the parent, and the relationship between the children has become strained because the children find the testimony to be that he is being picked on by his older sister. We are living, and I think there's other communication that would be addressed to say that the parties themselves and the children are going through a year of COVID like everybody else. And as a result of COVID, I think it's caused a greater problem. Your Honor, if I can ask that the witness come off her phone. Not supposed to be cooperating with other people. That would be Miss Broussard. She was on her phone.
Okay, Ms. Broussard, let's not use your phone during the proceedings, please.
In that regard, Your Honor, so my client's asking to be primary. My client is the person who is taking care of and maintains the marital home in all respects. There's animals, there's all kinds of maintenance and upkeep that is done on this house. There's the house has separate property from my client, but children-wise, these children are familiar with this house. The relationship with the mother and the son is almost so damaged as to be extraordinary. Having Miss Sparkle, we won't agree with the idea that children should remain with Miss Sparkle. Her effectiveness there, and my client is not one of, are the parties to seeing the child being with the children, and the mom are in the therapy, not my client. And that I think that far as money goes, the parties maintain different accounts. Neither knows what the other one does or has. There are businesses that the mother is in, and other than just being a teacher, I think there'll be testimony about her other businesses and the income. I think that the parties need to, I think we're going to talk about the arrangement will be from my client, the testimony would be either he's going to be the person that lives in the home with the children primarily, or that he will be asking the court to have a nesting type arrangement, since both parties have the ability to be at another person's home for in the event of the court finds nesting workable in our situation. I do think that my client's going to say both kids need to be together, and that it would be effective to have the parties and the children each having their time with both children. We are coming to, testimony is going to also indicate we're coming to the end of a school year, which is going to open up the summer and the periods of time during that also. As to earnings, both parties have been earning funds and contributing to the household expenses because of the way the parties have operated. My client has paid for a certain group of expenses, and the funds that the mother's been receiving, he doesn't know what goes in regards to those funds, but he would, during his testimony, he'll testify about what he can do as in regards to taking care of the house and the expenses, because he is the person who does take care of the house. We'll also put on testimony that despite the amount of time that the mother works from home, the condition of the home that while she's there is she's not maintaining it. I do reiterate that there is an unusual aspect of their relationship that the parties do communicate as to their meal times, as to things that occur within the home. They just do not share their bedrooms together, and they do not share the actual children matters very well.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tractor.
That's
Ms. Johnson?
what I believe the testimony.
Yes, Your Honor, if you please the court. As amicus attorney, my goal is always to make sure that children have both parents in their life. I think whether it's during their marriage or during a separation or during a divorce, these children deserve to have a relationship with both parents. I think the parent that fosters that a relationship or tries to encourage a relationship with the other parent is the person that needs to have the primary conservatorship, because the whole point of this is to have kids involved with both parents. This is a most unusual case. I think both parties tipped on it, the iceberg a little bit. These folks have been in counseling, and the parents have both participated, regardless of who it was originally set for, since June or July of last year. Yet these children remain polarized, mom and daughter, and husband and son, to the point of being incredible. A win-win in this situation, in my opinion, Judge, is, and I don't take this lightly, is a nesting arrangement, because if there's these children have been so enabled by the parents that their relationship is so damaged that if somebody walks out of this court with what you so call a win, then there's never going to be a relationship developed. I don't know how to fix these kids. I don't think a nesting arrangement is necessarily the best thing that we could do, but I don't know what else to do with these people. They've been in counseling for 8-9 months, and they still don't have an ability to control their children. They have let their children do what they're doing. They have not done what's necessary, in my opinion, to make sure the other parent cooperates with the children and the children cooperate with them, to the point that we have children that now think that they can do what they want. It's not right. They need both of their parents, and I applaud the parent that have tried, but it isn't working. We have to think something out of the box, Judge, to fix this, because these kids are going to go into adulthood very shortly with attitudes that they can have this, that's going to affect them the rest of their life, not only in their relationships with future spouses and friends, but their own parents. So I ask the court to listen carefully and make their own decision. I'm not here to make a decision. I'm here to say that there's some extraordinary facts in this case, and we've got 2 young adults that need to have the proper guidance and direction from the court to these parents to do what's necessary to make sure that these children have both of their parents in their life. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. All right, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to bring in the court reporter because she's done and she's going to take over taking the record rather than the machine.
One second.
We're going to go off the court's recording device. The court reporter is going to take over the record. Thank you, Minnie. Just let me know when you're ready.
1 second. Okay.
All right, Minnie, let me go over one thing with you real quick before you get on the record. We have some stipulated exhibits that are already in. Petitioners 1, 2, 5, and 6 are in evidence.
Okay.
And respondents 1, 2, and 3 are in evidence.
Okay.
We're having some issues with Mr. Tracton's Zoom. He's sometimes freezing up, so we're going to work through this as best we can.
Okay.
The court's on the record in cause number 20 CV 274440, the Broussard matter. We just completed opening statements and we were on the court's recording device. We're now transitioning to Ms. Cadena taking down the record. Ms. Tebow, you represent the petitioner and you may call your first witness.
Unmute.
You're muted, Ms. Tebow. Ms. Tebow, you're muted.
I'm sorry, Judge. I was trying to be respectful of the background noise. I call Sparkle Reed.
Ms. Reed, if you would unmute for me, you've already been sworn. You may proceed when you're ready, Ms. Tebow.
Yes, Judge. Would you please state your name for the court?
Yes, ma'am. It's Sparkle Reed.
Okay, and I can't see her on here. Let me see what I can do.
Is it my camera?
Let me try this. Would you please state your name for the court?
Yes, it's Sparkle Reed.
Okay, and what is your occupation?
I'm a licensed professional counselor at Fort Bend Christian Counseling Center.
Okay, and how long have you, where did you get your education?
I got my bachelor's degree at Baylor University, and then I went on to get my master's degree in mental health and forensic counseling at Walden University. And I'm currently working on my doctoral degree at Walden University.
Okay, and how long have you had your master's degree?
I graduated and got my license in 2013.
Okay, and so,
Non-responsive.
I'm sorry, Judge?
Objected and non-responsive, overruled.
Okay.
Your Honor, the question was a master's degree and I didn't hear a master's.
Master's was from Walden University.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
I think she said 2000, did you say 2013?
Yes, sir. I graduated with my master's degree in mental health and forensic counseling from Walden University in 2013.
Thank you.
Graduated with a master's.
And how long have you been practicing in your current profession?
Since 2013, September 2013.
And so in that time, approximately, if you could give a round number, how many patients have you seen?
I can honestly say over 1,000.
And of those 1,000, how many have been teenage boys and girls?
I would say at least a third of my clients have been.
Okay, and so have you written any articles?
No, I have not written any articles.
Okay, and so and when do you expect to get your PhD?
I'm hoping by spring 2022.
Okay, Judge, I'd like to submit Ms. Reed as a expert witness.
Mr. Trackton?
Your Honor, I haven't heard of her expertise as a therapist for treating children and adults in the circumstances we're in. I do not believe that she has set the qualifications for being an expert in the area of the treatment of these children with this particular situation they're in. And as to whether or not she is qualified for the conflict that exists in this case, there's been no testimony that she has qualifications for that.
I'm sorry, what conflict are you talking about? The conflict between the parties and the parties' children? That conflict?
Yeah, the circumstances of this type of therapy and that whether or not this therapy is for the children with mom and the children, or my client is also in therapy with this. We haven't had where she is qualified as an expert to be able to testify about the circumstances that would be addressed in this court as to these parties. And my client hasn't given his release of her.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, any issues with this witness being designated
No,
as
Your
an
Honor.
expert for therapy?
I have no objection as her testifying as an expert or a fact witness.
The court is going to overrule Mr. Trackton's objection, and she'll be allowed to testify as to her therapy expertise. You may continue, Ms. Devo.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Reed, when did you first start treating Riley and Caden Broussard?
Their first appointment with me was September 19th, 2020.
Okay, and at that time, who was if you recall, which parent was the parent that brought the children to you?
That would be Miss Tina.
Okay, the mother?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and if you recall, what was the reason that the children were brought to you for treatment?
She brought the children in because she noticed that there was some emotional disturbances with both kids.
I'm going to object to testimony about what was said or identified or was stated because as hearsay.
Objections overruled. You may continue, Ms. Reed.
Okay. She had brought both children in because she noticed some emotional disturbances within both the children, the son and the daughter, due to releasing the information that they were going through a divorce. And she had specific concerns for both children, which were a bit different. For Caden, the son specifically, she was worried about depression and anxiety and avoidance and mood swings, and that he was isolating a lot. With Riley, the daughter, she noticed that Riley was very irritable, very emotional. She had a lot of crying spells, and she was very, very depressed and anxious. And so these were the concerns that she brought.
Okay, and approximately how often do you see the children for a treatment basis?
Bi-weekly, 2 Saturdays a month since September.
Okay, and have you been able to form an opinion on Riley's current mental state?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to her being qualified to give an opinion on the child without having any
Sustain, I'm going to sustain the form of the question.
Okay. Have you, through your treatment of Riley, have you formed an opinion on what her current mental state is?
Objection, Your Honor, again, as to the word treatment of Riley and her being able to testify as to her mental state.
Overruled. You may answer that, Ms. Reed, if you understand that question.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. Through your treatment of Riley, have you formed an opinion on her current mental state?
Objection,
As of
Your
now.
Honor. Overly broad, Your Honor.
Overruled.
What would you say to, what would you tell the court that opinion is?
In terms of her mental state, I could say that Riley is physically stable, but emotionally she's struggling with the relationship with her father and her brother mostly, and she has a lot of depressive and anxiety episodes that are related to family and sometimes school as well.
Okay, and and through your treatment of Caden, what would you say? Oh, no, strike that. Has that mental state that she is currently exhibiting now changed from when you first started treating her in September of 2020?
I would say that currently there haven't been a lot of changes in her mental state. She's working through as much as she can, as quickly as she can in therapy. But there's been a constant struggle with her relationship with her brother and her father that hasn't thoroughly improved enough to help her with her mental state.
Okay, and how about Caden? What would you say his current mental state is?
I would also say that Caden is more so not with the anxiety anymore, but thoroughly more with the depressive and irritability episodes, and he isolates quite a bit.
What do you mean when you say he isolates?
Caden practices a lot of avoidance with his mother and his sister. So oftentimes he refuses to talk with them. He refuses to come out of his room. He refuses to engage. Now, when I've had him in therapy with his sister and or his mother, we're able to process through some of these feelings, and he talks about why he's engaging in these behaviors. And then he's usually able to talk with them and start sharing with them his feelings, and then they start to make progress in that aspect.
Okay, and so when you are talking with between Caden and his sister and or his sister and his mother and or his mother, is his father present?
Not in those particular sessions, but we have had several sessions where it was Caden and his father and their interaction with each other.
Okay, and have you noticed any particular effect on Caden of his father being with him in sessions on his ability to say, talk about his issues or anything else?
I'm going to object as to the leading nature of the question, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Okay, what have you noticed about, if anything, when Caden is in therapeutic sessions with you and his father?
I would say that Caden shows a lot more anger towards his sister and his mother especially, and he struggles identifying what it is that's causing him to want to be distant or upset with them. He often will phrase things as "I don't know" or he'll shrug. So he has a hard time engaging with particular reasons as to why he's upset when he's in a session with his father. When he's in a session with his sister or with his mom, he gives very concrete examples about what he's upset about and is able to talk through those issues.
Okay. Have you worked with so you're saying that you have worked with the children in session just between themselves, the daughter and the son, true?
Yes, ma'am. They've had individual sessions, brother and sister session, and then cross-gender parent sessions.
Ms. Reed, hold on just 1 second. What was the objection, Mr. Tracton?
Non-responsive.
Sustain.
Okay. Have you worked in session with just Caden and his sister Riley?
Yes.
And when you're working in session with Caden and his sister Riley, what would you say their ability to communicate is?
Their ability to communicate is very well. They make very clear statements about what's upsetting them with each other.
Okay. And if you know, do you think that the children together would be able to work together if they're not in the presence, work together? Let me start over. Do you think being in the presence of the father has an effect on the children's ability to work together?
Objection leading, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I think when the father would be present, the focus would be on the dad for Riley and not Caden. But when they're in a session together, they're able to work.
Okay, and what about the focus of Caden, if it was that, the dad, Caden and his sister?
Well, Caden doesn't have any issues with his father, so he'd be able to focus more on talking with his sister.
Okay, and have you been in session with the dad and the daughter Riley?
Yes.
And could you give your impression of what the issues are between the dad and the father Riley?
Yes. Both of them have explained that their relationship has struggled for several years, even before the divorce. Father sees Riley as somebody who doesn't listen, who is disrespectful, and likes to call him names or be just overall just kind of rude. Riley reports that her father yells at her, berates her, and is unsupportive of her.
Have you seen very much positive change in the relationship between Riley and her father since you began treating them?
I would say recently I've seen the most change within the past few weekends. Riley did manage to talk with her or invite her father to help her at a barn, and she really appreciated that. But that would probably be the most progress, but they are trying.
And what about between the relationship between Caden and his mother when the father's not present?
With Caden and the mom, they are able to work through the avoidance aspect. So Caden's mostly verbalized that he feels that his mom can yell at him sometimes and doesn't listen to him. So when we're in session together, they really work through on how to communicate with each other.
And have you seen positive change since you began treating them in September?
I've seen definitely some moments where they're able to have positive interactions outside of therapy. I would say lately, though, there's been some concerns with Caden and the way that he's been interacting with his sister and his mom.
And could you please tell the court what those concerns are?
For Easter holiday, Caden was supposed to be going out of town with his mom and his sister, and Caden refused to go.
Okay, and have you been able to talk to Caden about that since that happened?
I've seen him once since that incident, and he and his father said that they didn't want to talk about it.
Was his father with him?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you haven't been able to talk to Caden in a session alone by himself yet as to why he didn't want to go with his mother and his sister on
No.
Easter. Okay, all right. If you have an opinion as to which parent should be the parent that should have primary you understand. Let me start over. You understand what primary conservatorship is, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you've been able to form an opinion, which parent would be in the best interest of the children at this time to have primary conservatorship of the children?
Objection, Your Honor. Your Honor, objection, as she has not been qualified to express an opinion. It's the.
Same.
Thank you.
Okay, let me see if I can. At this time, which parent is exhibiting a more cooperative and positive attitude towards working with both children?
Objection again, Your Honor, as to there was counseling is what's been taken place. This has not been an evaluation. There is not a way of measuring or knowing about how the sessions were addressed or handled, that one parent cooperates or less cooperates. That was not the intent of the therapy they were in. And so I would object because my client was not part of the engagement.
Your Honor, I
That
have no
objection's
objection.
overruled. You may answer that. I'm
I'm
sorry,
sorry,
did you have an objection, Ms. Johnson?
No, I didn't have an objection. I think that that is not giving an opinion as to any type of conservatorship.
The objection's overruled. You may answer that, Ms. Reed.
I'm sorry, can you
You
repeat the
find
question
one
for me?
parent more cooperative? You
Yes,
find
I
one
think,
parent more or less cooperative than the other?
I think both parents have been cooperative with me. I will say that I have seen both sides of how they feel that their children are doing. So I will say they're both being cooperative. I will say that I've seen more progress between the mother and the son than I have with the daughter and the father, because we're working through more years of emotional issues between the daughter and the father.
all right, I pass the witness.
Mr. Tracton, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Reed, have you taken a history on both children as to their mental health?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware of party's daughter's issues that occurred when she was younger and was bullied in school?
Yes, sir.
Objection, Your Honor, time frame.
Sustained.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I couldn't hear that.
Sustained. If you can give me a time frame, please.
Yeah, Ms. Reed, when you say you were aware of the bullying aspect, can you tell us when it was that you were informed about this occurring in the child's life?
Well, Riley has reported that she's experienced bullying throughout her entirety of school. So in elementary school and middle school, and even currently in high school.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the
And
first part.
I was saying that Riley has reported bullying throughout her academic journey. So in elementary, middle school, and high school.
Okay.
And when she has indicated she has been bullied, did she indicate that she's been treated for that?
No, she hasn't said that she's been treated for being bullied.
And as part of your therapy, have you been treating her for the bullying?
We've been talking about it. The main way that she's been bullied is when she reads aloud in class. People laugh at her because she struggles. And it's been something that we've been addressing with her, how to handle that type of peer response.
And I hope that you're able to hear me because you kind of broke up for my question when you were responding. But can you hear me okay, Ms. Reed?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is any of Riley's mental health issues, are there other mental health issues other than her bullying?
Yes,
Being
sir. With Riley in particular, one of the things that, well, let me go back. A few of the things that Riley is being treated for is she currently has ADHD, and she also is struggling with anxiety and depression.
Okay, and how is she being treated for anxiety? With any medications?
She is currently not on any medications that I'm aware of for anxiety.
And are you aware of any medications for depression?
Is she on any medication?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear anybody say anything.
I'm sorry, I'm just double checking. I do not.
I'm sorry, Ms. Reed, I didn't hear anybody say anything.
Oh, I was just saying I was just double checking, but no, not that I'm aware of that she's on any medication for depression.
I hear.
No,
I'm
sir,
sorry.
I don't. She is not on any antidepressants that I'm aware of.
We have a terrible connection, and I don't know how to fix that from what I can hear or say you're responding to. Can you,
Can you hear me now?
Judge, I'm not sure you can even hear me.
I can hear everybody. I think we can all hear everybody. It's just Mr. Tracton.
Everybody's frozen but me.
We're going to go off the record for a second. We're off the record. Mr. Tracton, try logging out
This
and logging
connection
back
is
in.
a
Hear us.
Oh, man.
Less than desirable connection. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I do not know what's going on, but I've tried switching over to a different means of connecting.
Well, let's see. Hopefully that'll work. All right, Mr. Tracton, or Minnie, you ready? All right, we're back on the record. Mr. Tracton, you may, sorry. We're back on the record. Mr. Tracton, you may proceed with this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe we were talking about the treatment of the mental health issues of Riley. Do you recall?
Yes, sir.
Okay, my question I had last that I was able to connect with was that you indicated she had depression, correct?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware of if she's being treated for it with medicine?
No, sir. No medications for depression.
And do you know of medications, or do you have any knowledge in that area that you would make a recommendation for Riley to see her doctor about getting help for that?
Not at this time.
Not at this time, as far as your awareness, or you don't think she needs medication?
As of right now, I don't think she needs medication. That could change in the future, but I don't think she needs it at this particular moment.
Okay. And then you mentioned she has anxiety.
Yes, sir.
And do you believe that there would be any value to her seeing a doctor about getting treated with medication for anxiety?
We've discussed with her potentially talking to her doctor about medication that could help with her anxiety. And that's up to her and her parents if that's something that she genuinely wants to do.
Okay, so you are putting the responsibility of whether or not the child thinks she needs to take medicine or not with the child, correct?
Not with the child, with her family. She gets a say because she is 16, but her parents also get to say as well.
Okay. When you say she gets a say, in what capacity are you able to advise her that whether or not she could benefit from medication for her anxiety?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Maybe.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overall, we don't have a question on the floor. He needs to repeat the question. I had difficulty with the question as well. So I think the witness may not have understood it. So if you can repeat it, Mr. Tracton.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Reed, you have, I'll rephrase my question. To what extent have you discussed Riley seeing a physician or psychiatrist for her underlying depression and anxiety?
We've discussed that because Riley has had issues with feeling really anxious at school and at home and at nighttime, that medication could be helpful for her to help with her anxiety because it's so constant and present. She's already seeing a doctor for her ADHD, so it could be a conversation that they could add if he feels like that would be appropriate for her to be on.
And you mentioned she's seeing a doctor for ADHD. Have you communicated with that doctor about your therapy sessions?
No, sir.
And you know if she's taking medicine at this time for the ADHD?
Yes, sir. I believe she's still taking Adderall.
Okay. And do you know if she's compliant with it?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know if she's been diagnosed with ADHD from a psychiatrist?
Yes, sir.
Objection. Go ahead. Well, objection, Your Honor, as to hearsay other than a yes or no question.
Your Honor, I think we're past it.
Objection's overruled. She's answered it. Yes to yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual 5?
Yes, sir.
And does Riley have any indication of any mental health issues that are able to be diagnosed other than depression and anxiety that would tie into a more substantial diagnosis?
Well, what I currently have her diagnosed with is, let me just pull it up really quickly, adjustment disorder with mixed anxiety and depression. So by the diagnosis code, that's F43.23.
And what did you use to draw that conclusion?
I did a psychological or psychosocial evaluation on Miss Riley.
And how is that administered?
A psychosocial is administered where we look at history, where we look at current symptoms, we look at family relationships, we look at school evaluations, we look at current circumstances that are contributing to the symptoms that are reported.
What documents did you review from the school?
We didn't review any school documents.
Okay, you're using the term we. Was there someone else involved?
Well, Riley was involved.
Okay. So when you're working from information, was there sources of information other than Riley?
And her mom.
And what about her father?
Father was not present.
And so in regards to when you were first engaged, were you aware of what your duties were at that time and when in your engagement?
My duty, sir?
Yeah, what you were asked to do at the time of engagement.
Yes, sir.
What was it?
Mom asked me to meet with Riley to see what was bothering her and how she was feeling, and to express concerns that mom herself noticed.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
Objection, Your Honor, side bar.
Sustained. I thought he might have frozen up, but if that was his comment, that's sustained. No sidebars, please.
I'm having a problem here again, Your Honor, and I don't know if I'm going to lose you or not, but maybe I won't. I'll just hopefully not. I didn't hear what the objection was, and I didn't hear the answer that was given by Miss Reed to be objected to.
So if you can repeat your question then, Mr. Trackton, if you didn't hear the answer.
Okay. I think I lost my direction on my questioning there.
Judge, do you want me to read that back?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Mr. Trackton, would you like to read it back? You asked what her task was from the mother, or what the mother told you she brought Riley in for. I believe was the question on the floor. And
Yes,
she
Your Honor.
answered that. So if you didn't get that's where you were headed.
Yes. Miss Reed, what was the reason that Miss Broussard indicated to you she was bringing her daughter to you for?
Yeah, Judge asked, objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
I don't think he heard the answer, so I'm going to overrule that. You may answer that, Ms. Reed.
So mother brought in Riley specifically because she was noticing that Riley was having depression and anxiety, and Riley herself reported that she was having these. She was having crying spells. She was even having some panic attacks.
Do you know if Riley has seen a therapist before yourself?
She has seen a therapist before me, but I don't recall what she was seeing that therapist for entirely.
When you were engaged at the time Miss Broussard brought Riley in, did Miss Broussard also bring with her Caden?
Yes, I did see Caden and Riley, but not together.
Okay. When you were engaged, did Miss Broussard bring Caden for the purposes of having therapy with you?
Yes.
At the beginning?
Yes.
Okay. And did Miss Broussard indicate that her husband was also engaging or agreeing with bringing the children to you?
She never disclosed that, and I didn't ask.
Okay. At the time that you first met Mr. Broussard, how many sessions had you met with Miss Broussard?
The month?
You'd already seen Miss Broussard for a month at that point?
Oh, no, I was asking if you were asking me about the mom.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, not a problem. I had ended up seeing the mom after meeting with the dad.
Were you aware that, let me ask a question then differently, or ask a different question. In regards to Mr. Broussard, did you ask to speak to him, or did he schedule to meet with you?
He came in with some of the kids' meetings.
And was the purpose of him being there at that time for him to meet with you?
It was for the kids.
Okay. is that when you actually, when I say met with him, is that where I'm talking about in a therapeutic type atmosphere?
Oh, no, he's never scheduled an appointment with me.
So you have never conferred with him himself, is that correct?
Oh, no, we have, just not in an individual appointment. Oftentimes he'll meet with me before or after one of the kids' appointments so he can share with me his perspective, what he's noticing and what he's having issues with.
Okay, and that's for the children's benefit, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you met with Miss Broussard for her to have therapy with you?
Yes, sir.
And was that her personal therapy, not the children's therapy?
Yes, sir.
And so you have not met with Mr. Broussard regarding anything related to his personality or his issues in the marital aspect, correct?
No, sir. He's never made an appointment with me.
And the therapy you're having with Miss Broussard, is it marital or personal?
It is personal.
Okay. And so have you diagnosed Miss Broussard?
Yes.
And does she have any mental health disorders that you have diagnosed?
I have given her adjustment disorder with anxiety.
And how are you treating that?
We do individual counseling when she can come in.
And how often is that?
It's really just as needed. She's not on a set schedule.
You like referring to something.
I'm sorry? I'm sorry.
Are
I
you
didn't
aware
hear
of
the
any
last question.
medication she is on? I'm sorry. Are you aware of any medication she? Are you aware of her taking any medication for her disorders?
Oh, I am aware that she is currently taking citalopram.
Say it again, please.
Citalopram?
What was the name of it again?
Citalopram?
Do you know who prescribes that?
No, sir.
Yes, who prescribes that for her?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know how long she's had? Do you know if there's been prior therapists beside yourself?
I do know that she has seen somebody before me, yes.
And so you've had an opportunity to discuss Mr. Broussard and her relationship with Miss Broussard, correct?
If she so chose to brought it up, yes.
Okay. But you've never had Mr. Broussard to discuss his side of the relationship between the two of them, is that correct?
Yeah, he's never made an appointment with me.
You don't, I guess the proper way to ask the question is you're not treating him.
No, sir.
Okay. And there are his mental health issues.
I'm sorry?
You have no diagnosis for Mr. Broussard, do you?
No, sir, I'm not treating him.
Okay. But would you say it would be fair to say that Miss Broussard has complained about him?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance?
Overruled.
You can answer the question, ma'am.
Yes, I would.
Your Honor, I object to the characterization of complaining. This is we're talking about a therapeutic session, and she should be able to say whatever she wants, and it shouldn't be characterized as a negative thing like complaining.
The
I think it's argumentative.
The objection's overruled. And she answered yes already, Mr. Trackman, if you didn't hear that.
And thank you, Your Honor. And so therefore, Mr. Broussard is the only person who's being able to be talked negatively about by, in a relationship context, that you are treating the children and making a statement about both parents on, correct?
No, sir. Nobody's talking negatively about him. She's never called him any names or said that he was bad.
Does Ms. Broussard discuss with you Mr. Broussard's parenting of the children?
Yeah, she's talked about how hard it is to try to co-parent.
Okay, and has Mr. Broussard had an opportunity to have that discussion with you about parenting with Ms. Broussard?
Yes, sir. He's also expressed that it's been hard to co-parent.
You did not do it in a session regarding a treatment of him. It's just a generalized discussion?
When he joins Caden for his sessions, he'll often tell me any of his struggles or concerns or issues.
Okay. Now, as far as Caden and his father's relationship, how would you describe it as being a good relationship?
I would say it's positive. Caden feels very comfortable talking to his father and about his father.
Okay. And when Caden is talking about his father, is his father present?
In some of our sessions, yes. And in some of our sessions, no.
Okay. And in the sessions that you've had with Riley, does she express how she feels about her father with you?
Yes.
And is Mr. Broussard present during those conversations?
He's been present for 2 of those sessions.
Okay. And was Mr. Broussard and Riley able to express between each other what was the difficulties between them?
Yes, they've both explained what they've been struggling with.
And on the, have you been able to come up with a treatment type plan for how to resolve that?
We've been discussing different things that they can try. And for a while, it was really hard for them to follow through with the homework that I gave them.
Are you aware that Riley's in FFA?
Yes.
Of Riley's school grades?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Are you aware of Riley's school grades?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what is that you're aware of about Riley's current school grades?
That she,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
If Riley is not doing good in school or deteriorating in school, would that be relevant information you would need in helping treat her disorders?
if Riley's not doing good in school, that can be a symptom of one of her disorders.
And so it would be relevant information for you to have, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and when is the last time you heard or were made aware of Riley's grades in school?
The last time that I met with her, which was April the 12th.
And did she express what classes she was getting what grades into you?
Yes, sir.
And did she indicate she was passing or failing?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Overruled.
She did tell me that she was failing 2 classes.
And did she also discuss with you that she would possibly be removed from FFA?
No, she did not discuss that with me.
And if, as her counselor or her medical professional, in your opinion, if she were to be removed from FFA, do you think that would be a health life?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last part?
Yeah. What would be the impact? Let me rephrase the question. Has she expressed to you how she feels about FFA?
Yes.
Does she enjoy it?
Yeah, very much.
With you, her belief or her knowledge about what her father shares with her with FFA?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes. Did Riley discuss with you that about her father's past and involvement with FFA in his life?
I'm not sure I'm understanding the question. Are you asking me if she shared with her father what he's done in FFA or what he's helped her with in FFA?
Actually, neither question. I'll rephrase my question. Has Riley discussed with you that her father had also been involved in FFA in his life?
No, sir.
Okay. And she didn't discuss with you then that he was a judge in FFA also?
No, sir.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overruled.
So Riley.
Objection, Your Honor,
because-
time frame.
Well, let me ask again.
She's already answered that she doesn't, Riley hasn't disclosed Dad's history with FFA or that he was a judge. Next question, Mr. Trachman.
Currently, when Riley, if you know,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
currently, if Riley has needing or wanting help in her FFA for the steer or the pig, does she discuss with who she goes to assist her on those with you?
She's never blatantly told me who she goes to, but I know she talks with Mom about everything regarding FFA.
Do you think it's appropriate for a 16-year-old or inappropriate? Let me rephrase that. Is she a normal child talking with her mom about life as a 16-year-old?
Yes.
And would it be normal to expect her, female to female, to have a discussion that way?
Yes.
Would it also be normal or abnormal to you that there's sibling issues between Caden and Riley?
Their particular sibling issues, no, that's not normal.
Okay. And has Riley discussed and Caden discussed with you why they feel the way they do about each other?
Yes.
And is either one of them having a normal feeling about the other?
In regards to both siblings,
Yes.
I can't say if it's normal or abnormal. That's just how they feel.
Okay. And based on your history and experience, what do you think?
Well, I think the way that they're feeling has a lot to do with what's happening between their parents right now.
Okay. And do you think that both children would benefit by being in an arrangement that they're singularly with one parent for a period of time?
You mean split them up?
No, one parent. I mean, they go together between homes, or the parents come and go from the marital home.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, let me try it a different way. Have you heard of the term nesting?
Yes, sir.
And what do you understand that to mean?
Next, Honor, if we're going to the point of asking a question about a conservatorship, I think we're treading close.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's objection, it's a legal question.
Sustained as to we're going outside the scope of what she's doing.
Okay.
It puts her in a licensing position, Judge.
I'm not going to visit with her beyond my next questions, and I'll withdraw the question. Do the children benefit from their relationship with their parents in this case, with each parent?
Yes, they both benefit from having a relationship with their mother and father.
And the items that, or do you think COVID and the fact that the parties have been separated for a longer period of time, but then since COVID, it's caused a bigger problem in the relationship between the parents and the children?
Not that I'm aware of due to COVID, no.
Are you aware of, have you been heard how Caden gets punished by either parent?
Yes, sir.
And what is it you're aware of about punishments by Miss Bizard on Caden?
Objection, Your Honor, vague
Overruled. You may
and
answer that.
time frame.
It's going to be September, Your Honor.
Overruled. You may answer that, Ms. Reed.
Yes, sir. I've been told that when Caden is disrespectful to his mom, she will take away his electronics.
And did he discuss with you how long they're taken away for?
Yes, and Caden often says he does not know.
Does not know. I'm sorry. What does the does not know mean?
He doesn't know how long his electronics are going to be away for.
Okay. And did you discuss with Miss Broussard about the length of time that she takes away Caden's electronics?
No, sir. We've never discussed the length of time.
Do you think as a punishment that removing electronics for an indefinite, unknown period is an appropriate punishment?
Well, I don't know if it's indefinite or not, sir.
Did Caden expressed he didn't know when it would end? Is that
That is
correct?
true. He did not know.
Would that be a factor in why he might be have bad feelings toward his mom?
Yes.
Okay, and the fact that he doesn't know when his punishment would end would be whose responsibility to know that, to be having given that information?
The responsibility?
Yeah, whether mom or Caden should know that.
Well, I would say that the responsibility would be on both of them.
So, if mom just takes in the hypothetical situation of removing,
Objection, Your Honor, speculative.
Overruled.
in a hypothetical circumstance of removing the Caden's electronics from him, and he's unaware of how to get them back, or would that be appropriate for him as a punishment?
Well, I think he is made aware of how to get his electronics back, and we've talked about that, and that's how he's gotten one of his Xboxes back before, that we had to talk about what he needed to do and change, and he was willing to do that. It's just a matter of whether or not Caden feels like talking about it.
Do you know if his mother and he had communicated about how he could get it back?
His mother communicates with him often that he has to change his behavior, the disrespect that she experiences, and then he can get it back. But there's no time frame on that.
Has there been a discussion about Riley being disrespectful to her father?
Yes, constantly.
I'm sorry?
Constantly, yes.
Okay. And in her disrespecting her father, has she discussed with you how she can improve on that?
Riley?
Yes.
Yes. She knows that she should be referring to him as dad instead of a name that she comes up with, Miguel. She knows that she should not be yelling or swearing at him in order to show respect, and that she should be communicating with him about what's going on in her life instead of ignoring him when he tries to talk to her.
Okay. And he does try to talk to her about what is going on with her, correct?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, speculative and hearsay. It's outside her knowledge.
Overruled. If Riley's communicated that to her, it's overruled.
And that and when she has made statements about she knows what she's doing wrong, does she continue to do the same thing over and over again, to your knowledge?
Not over and over again, no. Riley has gotten better in terms of acknowledging and trying to talk to her father, but she still struggles with communicating, and she says that oftentimes she feels ignored.
Okay. And did you talk about that issue between Riley and her father?
Yes, we've talked about it.
And did you find it productive?
We were productive in the sense that everybody was able to talk about what's been bothering them, but they're still struggling with their communication.
And you said there was homework. What kind of homework do you send them?
Mostly quality time homework. A lot of the issues that we're noticing is because they're pretty divided. And if we get a chance to actually spend time and talk with each other, that can help build up a lot of the trust and communication issues that they're having.
And have you found that Riley has been setting up the barrier to her father?
What kind of barriers, sir?
Setting up the barrier, as in she presents herself by cussing at him and arguing with him and having a bad moments with him and basically shutting him down.
I will say she has bad moments, but no, she doesn't put up a barrier. She does try.
Now, during these events that Riley has cussed at her father and referred to him in different names and other behaviors, are you aware that Miss Broussard is aware of those things?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware that she was also present when Riley was disrespecting her father?
No, sir.
Okay. And hypothetically, if she had been present when that was occurring, what behavior should Miss Broussard exhibit with her daughter?
Well, I can tell you in our sessions when Riley says something or that she's not going to do something, Miss Broussard is very quick to redirect her and encourage her to be respectful of her father. I've seen that in our session.
And have you discussed punishments that Riley has received from her mother for disrespecting her father?
Yes, sir. We've talked about punishment.
What were the punishments that Riley had from disrespecting her father that you're aware of?
Riley has also lost her electronics at times as well.
And who took them away from her?
Miss Broussard.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch
You
that.
said
Was
Miss?
it Tina Broussard or Michael Broussard that took them away?
Tina.
And do you know whether they were taken away indefinitely or without knowledge about how long they were going to be gone?
Not indefinitely. Riley is very forthcoming to talk with her mom and to discuss what she needs to do differently. And when she meets those goals, she gets them back.
And do you know what electronics are taken from her?
I think with Riley, just her phone.
And do you know how long it would be for?
Whatever they discuss.
Okay, are you referring to hours, days, weeks, or months?
I don't know. It's whatever they discussed.
So, in the circumstance where Riley and her mother are able to communicate more openly, then Riley is given back her electronics, correct?
It's whatever plan that they've decided to do. Maybe Riley has to do extra chores. Maybe she has to try harder with her father. It's whatever they talk about.
And do you know that Mr. Broussard was involved in any of those consequences for her behavior?
Not between Riley. She says that her father just yells at her or ignores her.
As a result of her disrespect of him?
Well, it depends on what she says caused her to feel disrespectful.
In regards to taking away electronics, are you aware of Mr. Broussard taking her electronics?
Not Riley's, not
Yes,
them.
Your Honor. Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Okay.
I didn't hear
In regards to,
I didn't hear the answer, Ms. Reed. Did you say, no, you're not aware of Dad taking away her phone?
Yes, sir. Not that I'm aware of. She's never said that her father's taken any of her electronics.
and are you aware of Miss Broussard and Mr. Broussard discussing or working together on the consequences for the children in regards to removal of electronics and how each of the parents would be impacted by that?
I don't know of the impact that each of the parents have, but I know that they've been struggling with co-parenting. So they've not come to a firm conclusion on how to discipline the kids together.
So if Miss Broussard removes a electronic device of Caden and leaves town with that electronic device during COVID, would you agree with me that the electronics are the communication with the outside world too? Would that be
Objection, Your
appropriate?
Honor, vague.
Overruled. You may answer that.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, if Miss Broussard takes Caden's electronics and then she leaves town and is not available, would you agree with me that because electronics are also the communication means for the child and the outside world during COVID, that would not be a good thing?
No, sir.
No, in what regard to that answer?
I don't think that Caden or any child would be completely removed from communication.
During COVID, if you are unable to go to any activities, if you're not able to go to school, if you're not able to see your friends or talk to your friends, except with an electronic device, would you say that that would be an extraordinary punishment to remove you from communicating with anybody outside the house?
No, sir, because they're both still in school and they both still have forms of communication.
And what would be the form of communication with school if the electronic device is removed?
Well, they're going to school in person, sir.
That's currently. I'm referring to in past events since you've been involved with the parties. School hasn't always been open, has it?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm referring to the events during the lockdown, no school, virtual school, I'll refer to it that way. If there's a weekend period of time, mom takes the phone, takes electronic communication away, the child can't, with her leaving town, the child is therefore unable to regain their electronics to communicate outside with the outside world. That'd be correct?
If all electronics were taken away, yes.
Okay. Well, the child's electronics is what I'm addressing with his ability to communicate with the outside world.
Well,
Okay.
I don't know that all of those electronics were taken away.
I'll rephrase the question. If dad is going to be home with the child, but mom removes electronics without conferring with the dad, is that a good thing?
I think that's a reflection of how they need to improve their co-parenting.
Okay. But dad doesn't take electronics away from Riley, correct?
I don't think he takes electronics away from either child.
And in not removing them, it's because, do you think that's a decision that he makes that would be a positive matter because he's not going to isolate his children?
Well, I don't think they're being isolated, sir, but I think that they really do need to be able to co-parent and come up with an agreeable form of discipline, which means that they're both in agreement on.
Okay. So, with that said, Miss Broussard isn't doing that with Mr. Broussard, is she? When she
I
punishes,
don't think they're doing it with each other.
objection non-responsive.
Same.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
My question was, Miss Broussard is not discussing removing the child's electronics when she does it.
I don't know.
Mr. Trackton, just to give you an update, you've got 1 hour and 20 minutes remaining.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Reed, it's good to see you. I know we've spoken before. It's good to see you. With regard to the issues, are the children's issues with their parents about electronics?
No, ma'am.
Okay, tell me what the issues that, let's start with Caden. What issues does he have with his mother other than electronics?
Caden's main issue with the mom is that he feels like she does not listen to him and doesn't talk to him in a fair tone. He feels like she yells at him more than she should.
And Riley, what is her issue with her dad?
Her issues with her dad is the way that he talks with her, and she feels like he highly favors Caden over her and that he doesn't want to spend time with her, and she feels like he doesn't like her.
And have there been incidences that in session where she has described him going with Caden and not inviting her?
Yes, ma'am, on several occasions.
And did you discuss that with Dad to try to rectify any of those issues if they existed?
Yes.
And what was the response?
Dad says that Riley is always welcome, but she often doesn't talk to him or ignore him. And often when he tries to invite her, sometimes that she rejects him.
So how do you see reconciliation if both of these parties see it as the other person's fault?
I think it's going to take a lot of time and a lot of work for them to come to a mutual agreement that they're family and how they can be respectful of each other and to seriously consider each other's feelings.
And who do you think is more responsible, a parent or a child, for making sure that it's clear what their intentions are?
I would say the parent.
Okay. And in session, you said there was some, let me clarify, if you had a session with either parent, were there anything disparaging said about the other parent in front of these children?
No, ma'am.
So nobody, mom never said dad did a bad thing in front of the children?
No, ma'am.
Did dad ever say mom did a bad thing in front of the children?
No, ma'am.
Okay. As far as you'd mentioned in your previous testimony that mom jumped in when Riley said she didn't want to do something with dad or something, and she encouraged her. Have you seen that? And is that what you said? She encouraged her?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you see that more than one time in a session that she encouraged Riley to have a relationship with her dad?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How would that be a regular occurrence if there something came up about dad?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in the sessions with Caden and Dad, did you see any encouragement of Caden with respect to a relationship with his mother?
Not with his mother.
Was there any encouragement by Dad at all that Caden should have how to approach his mother?
No, ma'am.
Was there anything negative said insofar as did Dad say you don't have to, or what? Was there anything that gave you the impression that Caden could do what he wanted?
Dad would say that Caden's 14 and that he's allowed to make a choice on whether or not he would want to spend time with his mom.
Okay. And you know if Caden has ever voiced that to his mother?
Yes.
And has that occurred more than once?
Yes.
Now, as far as Riley, has there ever been a time when she's told Dad she's not going to spend time with him and she has the right to make that decision?
Yes.
And when was that, in a session with Dad or with Mom?
I was made aware of that situation in a session with Riley and Mom.
And what did Mom say?
Mom reiterated that she has to put in the effort to build a relationship with her dad and that she has to keep trying, and that by isolating or ignoring her father, that things aren't going to get better between them, and that at the end of the day, that is her father and she does need to respect him and to try to make things better between them.
And have you ever heard that out of father's mouth about mother?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, as far as, were you ever made aware of an incident where Caden's been sitting at a bus stop in the dark in the morning?
Yes, ma'am. The way that it's been explained to me is that Caden, his father will drop him off at the bus stop early in the morning because he carries a tuba or a trombone. I'm so sorry, I can't remember, but he carries a heavy instrument. So his father will drop him off at the bus station. Caden says that he likes to go early. It gives him time to just listen to the music and just kind of relax and enjoy his morning before he goes to school.
And do you know what length of time he sits at that bus stop?
No, ma'am.
And if it was hypothetically, it was at least an hour, would that concern you?
An hour? I guess it depends on the weather and why he would be out there for an hour.
And do you think it's appropriate that a child should leave the home that they all live in at this current time and sit someplace for an hour when his mother and sister are at home where he could still be? If you have an opinion.
I'm sorry?
If you have an opinion.
I really don't know. I would, definitely want to make sure that.
Same.
Okay, we talked about the issues between the parents. What are the issues with between the siblings?
One of their big issues is that they're taking sides. Riley is angry at her brother for taking sides with his father. Caden is mad at his sister for taking sides with her mother, and that's not a normal sibling interaction.
And how do they know what's going on? Do you know?
They both say that they're usually exposed to these conversations when mom and dad may argue at home. And then they often talk to each other about it, which usually causes an argument because they both feel like the other person is being disrespectful.
Do you think this has harmed their overall relationship, taking sides and being involved in this divorce process?
Yes.
Do you think these children need to be put on a path that enable them to be children and be siblings again?
Yes.
You said you gave them homework. What types of things would you tell them to do when they left your sessions? And that would be all of them.
So there were 2 types of homework that I were giving both of the kids to do with their cross-gendered parents. Working on communication, so I give them conversations to try to have, or how to be more respectful, or have basic conversations. Hello, how's your day? It was good. And then the second homework was quality time. Go somewhere and spend time with just each other.
And do you know if that was able to be done?
About 50-50.
So Riley was able to spend some quality time with her dad?
Riley says that there's been an occasion where her father took her to Five and Below, but she says they weren't really conversationally engaged. And then she said there's another opportunity, but Caden came along, so her and her father didn't get a chance to talk.
So you're telling me since September of 2020, there's been 2 incidences that you occur that there's been an effort made to try to have quality time between dad and Riley.
Yes.
And tell me about Caden. What quality times has he had spent with his mother?
Tina has offered for Caden to go out and have lunch with her on several occasions, and he's always said no.
So who instigated the 2 incidences with Riley that she actually had some private time with her dad?
We've discussed both of those in therapy. So I guess technically I instigated those instances.
And why has there not been any type of reciprocal thing between Caden and mom?
I just think that Caden is still trying to figure out how he can, connect with his mom. There's moments where they can talk and have good conversations when they're inside of the house, but Caden is still struggling with isolating, and so it's hard for him to want to go and do things outside of the house with mom and sister.
On the Easter vacation, were you aware he made it very clear by yelling at his mother he didn't want to go?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to, why was that not discussed in session after you had a session after Easter?
Caden and his father did not want to talk about it at that time.
And did dad try to get Caden to talk about it?
No, ma'am. Dad was the one who said that we're not going to talk about it.
If they're not going to implement what you put into place, how do you see these kids and parents fixing this relationship they have with their other parent?
I don't see them fixing it. If there's no effort, it's not going to be something that heals naturally. You have to put in the effort.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Tebow, any redirect?
Yes, Judge. Ms. Reed, do you have you seen anything or heard Caden express any feeling that he's concerned about how his dad will react if he reaches out more to his mother?
Caden has not told me that, no.
Okay. Do you let's see. Has dad, I think you said dad has never made an appointment with you. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any knowledge of dad doing any therapy of any kind with any other provider?
No knowledge.
Okay. When dad talks to you before or after a session, does he ask you questions about how he can help improve the relationship between Caden and his mother?
No, ma'am.
Okay. does Tina ask you questions about how she can help, facilitate improving the relationship between Riley and her father?
Yes, ma'am.
Does Dad ever show any interest in helping facilitate the relationship between Caden and his mother?
No, ma'am.
Does he ever show any interest in helping improve the relationship between the two children?
Yes, ma'am.
And does he ever show you any interest in improving the relationship between himself and Riley?
Yes, ma'am.
What has Dad done to your knowledge to facilitate the relationship between Riley and himself?
He often will try to talk with her every morning or after every noon when she comes from school or when she goes to school, because he's responsible for waking her up. So he does try to talk with her every day. He says that oftentimes Riley will ignore him or she'll give him short answers. But on those days where she is giving him some kind of answers, that's an improvement from when she just refused to talk to him at all. And, he's been a lot more involved with her FFA stuff. And he says that's because Riley's been more open to having him around.
Okay. Do you think, when did he start getting more involved in Riley's FFA program?
I know this past week, he went up to the barn and helped with a bunch of stuff up there. And then I also know that Riley invited him to a showing that she had as well. And those would be the two more recent events where father has been involved.
Okay, but one of those was instigated by Riley, correct?
Objection leading.
Same.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the objection.
Objection was leading and objection was sustained.
Okay, of those two instances you just mentioned, do you know whether or not they were initiated by Riley or her father?
Well, in one of them, they were actually initiated by mom encouraging Riley to invite her father to the showing. And then in the second one, I've heard two different opinions about who really is responsible for him coming to the stall cleaning. So I'm really not sure on that.
Okay, and has the father communicated with you anything recently that he's invited Riley to do with him?
Recently, no, ma'am.
Do you think that the father would benefit from participating in personal therapy himself?
Objection, Your Honor, as to speculating as to what Dad would have a reason to be in personal therapy for.
Let me restate the question.
Based
on your interactions with Mr. Broussard, would you think that Mr. Broussard engaging in therapy with a mental health provider would be a bit beneficial to him?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to her being able to give an opinion on that.
Response, Ms. Tebow?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Judge.
I'm asking for a response to that objection.
Oh, I think that she's had enough, and based on the fact that she's an expert, she's had enough communications with him about these things that we're talking about now, that she could say whether or not he would benefit from going to therapy himself.
And Your Honor,
I'm gonna overrule the objection. I'm gonna overrule the objection and allow her to give an opinion. Do you have an opinion, Ms. Reed?
Yeah, I think it could be beneficial, especially considering the severity of the divorce and the severity of the current state of the home.
I pass the witness.
Miss Reed, I'm going to try to be real quick and brief for you. Are you aware the family has an RV?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware that Dad has invited Riley to go RVing with him and she's turned him down?
Yes, sir, on several instances.
Okay. And wouldn't that have been a good bonding time for them to be together?
Absolutely.
So, and Dad has reached out to Riley for that, hasn't she?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, he's also invited Tina or not?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. Was it even discussed?
I don't know.
I mean, was it discussed with you whether or not Tina was invited?
Per what I've been told, Tina's not been invited.
On Easter weekend, you said you were unaware when Mr. Broussard and Caden were in a session with you, well, when they were together with you, as to what the events were, correct?
They didn't want to talk about it.
Okay. Do you know where they were going for Easter weekend?
Yes, Tina told me that she had, told them that she wanted to take the kids out of town for the Easter weekend 2 weeks in advance.
And did she say where she was taking them?
Yes, sir, she did. I can't say I fully remember where she said she was taking them, but I know that they were out of town to visit family.
And do you know where it was that the children learned about the divorce was going to take place? Where they were told by their mother?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes. Are you aware of where the children were told when their mother told them she's divorcing their father?
No, sir.
And if it happened to be the same place that she wanted to go for Easter weekend, do you think that might impact feelings from one of the children?
It's very possible.
And so if that were a reason for the child being upset about not wishing to go to Johnson City again, would that give some validity to his reasoning?
Yes.
Okay. So it wouldn't have to be Dad, would it?
In what context?
In the fact that when Dad was trying to protect his son from having to express that feeling, would that have been a bad thing for Dad to do?
In terms of encouraging him to talk about it, or?
For the child having to express the event that hurt him so much?
I think if it was talked about, it would have been reciprocated better. But because nobody said anything, I think that's why it was an emotional time for people.
But do you see it, if Dad could have viewed it as protecting his son's feelings?
It's possible.
Okay. You aware that Riley's trying to get a truck?
Yes, she talked about it.
Did she say how she was going to get it?
Well, she told me that she had asked her paternal grandmother if she could have a truck that they have, and that she was told that she can only drive the truck when either that grandmother or her father is in the truck, and that her mother is not allowed to be in the truck. So Riley said that she wasn't going to ask about it anymore.
Are you aware she's working with her father on that, getting a truck?
She says that she's been trying to talk to him about it.
And are you aware that they have communicated about it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he's not communicating with her about it, correct?
As far as I know, no, sir.
Okay. When you said she tried, it didn't sound like you were implying she had success.
As far as I know, they haven't agreed on a truck, if that's what you mean. So they're still talking about it.
Okay. And are you aware of what she might be conferring with, how her mother could be helping her get a truck?
Yes, sir.
And is her mother helping her?
As far as I know, both of her parents are trying to help her.
Jointly or independently, to your knowledge?
Co-parenting is an issue between them, so it would probably be independently, but I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
If they were trying to get her truck jointly or independently.
Oh, okay, thank you, Judge.
Would you agree with me that divorces are very difficult to go periods of time for people to go through?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so counseling for divorce counseling would be a healthy thing, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you're meeting with Miss Broussard, are you doing divorce counseling?
No, sir.
Okay. And would Miss Broussard benefit by divorce counseling?
Well, we've been more so focusing on her symptoms at the moment and just coping with stress. So in terms of divorce counseling, the reason why I said no, I'm not really sure in terms of what you're specifically asking.
Well, you are expressing counseling with a very wide brush of what Dad would benefit by. I was trying to narrow down what type of counseling you go to instead of just paying money for somebody to listen to you.
Well, counseling is more than just us listening to people. We're actually coming up with solutions to address whatever symptoms and life changes that they may need.
When you meet with Caden, it's before and or after a session with Caden. Am I correct?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
When you meet with the children, you meet with them alone. Is that correct?
It depends on the type of session.
Okay. Well, Dad doesn't come in for sessions with his children. Is that correct?
Sometimes he does.
Specifically scheduled for him to have a session?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I thought I understood you said there were no scheduled sessions with him.
Not for him individually, no. We've scheduled sessions for him and Riley specifically.
Okay. So what about him and Caden?
Not scheduled specifically. I asked Caden if he wants to come back by himself or if he wants his father to come back.
So he has control of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in regards to sessions with Mr. Broussard and Riley, how long's a session that you meet with them together?
I'm sorry? Between who?
You broke up. I'm sorry.
Oh, you were asking sessions between who?
Were you able to hear me? I'm sorry. When you had a scheduled session with Riley and her father, how long would they meet with you?
An hour.
And how many of those did you have with just scheduled for them together?
2.
Total since September?
Yes, sir.
And when was the last one?
I would have to look because I don't have a memory that would allow me to tell you when that was. But it was, I would have to guess it was either December 2020.
So it's been 4 months since you last had an actual session with them together.
Yes, sir.
And what about Caden and his mom? You have scheduled sessions the same way?
It would be the same way, yes, sir.
And when was the last time they had one together?
Just the 2 of them, I would say it was the same time, December 2020.
So we're closing in on the close of the 4th month of the year. You haven't seen them in a session together in 4 months, correct?
Yes, sir.
So then the information you're providing today, is it good 4 months old?
No, sir, it's current.
It's current, but you only meet with the parents when the parents are picking up or dropping off, or the children for their session, correct?
No, sir. I'll ask the kids if they want their parents to come back during the session, at which both time Riley and Caden can say yes or no. And oftentimes they both say yes, that they can come back.
Okay, and I guess I'm misunderstanding the word "come back." I'm talking about when a parent brings a child to a session. Do they meet with you at times before or after the session? The parent.
They will join me for the session, is what I'm trying to say. So when I ask the children if they want their parent who brings them, the father will usually bring the son, the mother will usually bring the daughter. I ask them, do you want to do the session alone, or do you want to have your parent come and join you for the session? So they get to choose, and oftentimes they will say, I would like for my parent to come sit with me in the session.
Okay, maybe this is where part of my confusion comes. You don't then meet with the parents unless it's part of that session.
Unless the kids tell me they want it.
And so the last time you spoke with either parent with the children or about the children would have been December?
No, sir. Let me see if I could figure out. So for example, the last session that I saw with them was over the last weekend. Caden and his father were present for Caden's session. Riley and her mom was present for her session.
So then you met, did you meet with Caden and his father last
Yes,
session?
sir. Yes, sir.
So it wasn't December 2020.
You would ask me about Caden and his mom versus Riley and her father. Those two particular sessions, no, we haven't done recently.
I'm clearer now.
Okay.
And at no time have you done a session with dad alone?
No, sir.
When you are talking with Miss Broussard, you are talking about the children also during that time?
One more time.
When you're meeting in a therapy session with Miss Broussard, you address the children during those sessions?
If she has concerns about them, yes.
And does Mr. Broussard come into that conversation?
She expresses that she's having a hard time with co-parenting.
Does she get more specific than that?
She gives me examples of, when she feels like they're not co-parenting effectively.
Okay. But you haven't had the opportunity to get the same thing from Mr. Broussard, correct?
He's never made an appointment with me.
Was that a yes or a no?
No, sir. He's never made an appointment with me.
That's not my question. My question is you haven't had the same opportunity to discuss freely with him his issues in co-parenting with his wife.
Oh, no, when he sits with me individually, he shared some.
When you say individually, what is individually?
Before or after a session.
In talking about the child at that time.
Or talking about the co-parenting issues.
Of that child or both?
Or both.
But you're not his therapist?
No, sir.
Pass the witness.
Ms. Johnson, anything further from this witness?
Just a few questions, Judge, if we can squeeze them in before lunch.
Okay.
Ms. Reed, whose responsibility is it to make sure that the children go with the other parent?
It would be both parents.
And if they're in the same room together and one parent's wanting them to go with the other parent, wouldn't it be normal for them to support each other and show that they can co-parent to these children?
Yes, that's effective co-parenting.
And if there was some issue about Johnson City, were you ever aware of Mr. Broussard telling Mrs. Broussard that was an issue with Caden so that they could deal with it appropriately?
No, ma'am.
And when Riley wouldn't go to the RV, did her mother try to intervene to get her to go with her dad in the RV?
Yes, ma'am.
And you think that was appropriate?
Yes, ma'am.
And you believe these children are polarized with their parents because of this divorce?
Yes, ma'am.
Pass the witness, Judge.
Tebow, anything further?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, has Mrs. Broussard, Tina Broussard, has she ever missed an appointment with you?
Like a no-show?
Yeah, like she was a no-show?
No, ma'am.
And has Mr. Broussard, Michael Broussard, has he ever missed an appointment with you?
Objection, Your Honor. She's already testified he's never had one.
Sustained.
Okay, has Mr. Bruce, okay, let me ask it this way. You said that Mr. Broussard is the one who brings Caden, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Has Mr. Broussard ever failed to bring Caden to an appointment?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Do you think, if you have an opinion, does Caden feel does Mr. Broussard's feelings about Mrs. Broussard having any impact on the way Caden responds to his mother?
Objection, Your Honor. That would be a speculative question.
Sustain.
Okay. Have you ever seen any evidence or explored the fact that Mr. Broussard's opinion of Mrs. Broussard has an impact on how Caden feels about his mother?
I'm going to object again, Your Honor, as to the speculative nature of, and also having any knowledge of what Mr. Broussard thinks.
I'm not asking about Mr.
Overruled.
Broussard.
She's
I'm
asked-
asking-
Hold on. Objection's overruled. She's asking if she's explored that. So objection's overruled.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question one more time?
Yes. Have you ever explored with Caden about, or had Caden told you that his father's opinion or feelings about his mother has an impact on Caden's feelings about his mother?
Yes, ma'am.
And what has Caden expressed to you?
Caden has expressed that he understands why his father is angry, and that's what makes him angry too. He doesn't like the way that his father is being treated, and he feels like it's unfair, and that's part of the reason why he's angry at his mom.
Do his father's actions, has he ever told you that his father's actions, or have you explored the fact that his father's actions and relationship with his mother impact Caden's opinion of his mother? Not what his mother says to him, but what his father does.
Caden just shares that his father will vent with him about his feelings in the situation, and Caden says that he relates to what his father's saying.
So by venting, do you mean his father is telling him how he feels about his mother?
Objection, Your Honor, is to speculating what Caden's feeling as to venting.
Overruled. I think she's asking what Caden says about it, is my understanding.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so his father, but let me just make sure I understand because it got a little garbled. His father is Mr. Broussard is telling Caden how Mr. Broussard feels about Mrs. Broussard.
Objection, Your Honor, is to her
Okay.
knowledge of Mr. Caden speaking to Mr. Broussard speaking to Caden, as her knowledge of having heard or aware he's speaking to the child.
Overruled.
Okay, all right. And I passed the witness. I'm ready. I think I'm ready to let her go, Judge.
Judge, I didn't hear the last answer to the last question. I think you overruled it.
I did.
I just didn't hear the answer.
I'm sorry. I said yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I have no further questions. of
Any
this witness at this
Further
time.
questions, Mr. Tracton?
None at
Ms.
this time.
Johnson?
No, Your Honor.
Right, may this witness be excused?
Yes,
Your
Judge.
Honor.
Yes.
I thank you, Ms. Reed, for testifying today. You're excused.
Thank you very much.
All right, we've got all the witnesses in the waiting room. I don't know if y'all want me to bring them in and tell them we're breaking for lunch and we're going to resume at 1:30, or do y'all want to address that with your own witnesses?
I think it would be better coming from you, Judge. I mean, if you don't mind.
I don't have a problem with it, Your Honor. I only have two sitting and waiting.
Yeah, well,
I mean, from my end, it's up to you, Your Honor.
I mean, I don't mind. Yeah,
Lobby
I
area.
don't mind calling them, Judge.
Hold on. We're going off the record. Thank you, Minnie. I was just letting the witnesses know we have finished with our first witness. It was a therapist and it took some time, but I'm thinking that the next witnesses will go quicker. I do have the lawyers on a clock so that we're going to finish this case today. So they are under pressure to get to the points they need to get to and move on. We're going to break for our lunch break so that the court reporter has a chance to rest her fingers and everybody has a chance to kind of refocus. So we're going to resume the trial at 1:30. Y'all are in recess until 1:30.
Thank you, Judge.
We're off
Thank
the
you,
record.
Judge.
Okay.
Ms. Tebow, while the court reporter is getting set up, can you tell me who your next witness is so I don't move them in the waiting room?
So that way that anybody can pull it out of full.
Yeah. Oops, okay.
You're muted.
Sorry. My next witness is Tina Broussard.
Okay. And also, while we're waiting on Ms. Johnson, I'm going to give you all time updates. Ms. Tebow, you have an hour and 39 minutes. And Mr. Trackton, you have an hour and 7 minutes. And Ms. Johnson, you have 44 minutes remaining.
Sorry, Judge, I was here. I just didn't realize I
Okay.
was not here.
That's okay. All right, are we ready, Minnie?
Yes.
All right, we're back on the record in the Broussard matter. Ms. Tebow, you may call your next witness.
She's muted.
Ms. Tebow, you're muted.
I'm sorry, Judge. I call the petitioner Tina Blaschke Broussard.
You may proceed.
Yes, Judge. Yes, will you please state your name for the court's record?
Tina Blaschke Broussard.
Okay, and you filed for divorce from Mr. Michael Wayne Broussard in about last June, correct?
Correct.
And
Yes.
what is the name of your oldest child?
Riley Broussard,
And how old is she?
16.
And what is the name of your younger child?
Caden Broussard,
And how old is he?
14.
Okay, prior to you filing the divorce about 10 months ago, what would you say your relationship was like with Riley Broussard?
Good, great.
Okay,
We have a close
and
relationship.
okay, and how was your relationship with your son, Caden Broussard?
Good. We were fine. Everything was great.
Okay, and was at the time was Riley doing activities with you or going places with you?
Yes,
And what about Caden?
yes.
Okay, and how would you describe the relationship between Riley and Caden last year in June?
Good.
Okay, I mean, did they have normal kid stuff?
Yes, they fought like regular kids do, but nothing different than normal.
Okay, and you've had experience with other children, correct?
Correct.
And what is it that you do for a living?
I'm a teacher.
Okay, and so prior to filing for the divorce, did you have any concern for Riley's mental health?
Yes.
What was that?
She had, I had taken her to counseling before because she was having depression issues.
Okay,
And
has she been treated for depression issues with medication before?
Yes, she is currently
What-
on medication.
What medication is she on?
Zoloft,
Okay, and how long has she been on Zoloft?
4 months.
Okay, does she monitor her own medication or do you help her monitor it?
I help her monitor it.
Has Mr. Broussard, to your knowledge, ever helped her monitor her medication?
Objection, Your Honor, as to what monitoring her medication would be referencing.
Sustained.
Does Mr. Broussard ever make sure that she's taking her medication properly?
Yes.
He has? Okay.
Yes.
And is she on any other medication?
Yes, she's on Adderall
Okay, and why is she on Adderall?
for ADHD
Okay, and how long has she been on Adderall?
since kindergarten.
Okay, and what about Caden? Is he on what about his mental health? Have you had any concerns about that?
Yes, but not to the point of medication at this time.
Okay, and does he take Adderall too?
Yes,
So have the children been both diagnosed with what for their taking the what to your knowledge, what are they taking the Adderall for?
ADHD.
Okay. Who is if you can tell me, who is the primary person that takes the children to their doctor's appointments?
Do we
That
have a
would be
time
me.
frame, Your Honor?
I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Did you ask for time frame, Mr. Tract? I didn't hear
Yes,
you.
Your Honor.
All right, Sustained. If you can give us time frame, please.
Oh, sure. Prior to the divorce, who is the person who primarily took the children to the doctor?
Again,
Me.
time frame, Your Honor.
Overruled.
After you filed for the divorce, who is the person that primarily takes the children to the doctor?
I take Riley, he takes Caden.
Okay, and has he prior to the divorce, filing of the divorce, did you take Caden?
Yes,
Was there any problem with you taking Caden?
no,
Was Caden so Caden didn't have any problem with you taking him at that time?
Objection, Your Honor.
No.
Besides leading questions,
Sustained. Don't lead your witness.
I'm sorry.
Sustained. Don't lead your witness.
Okay. Did you and what about did you notice any did you have any difficulty taking Caden to his appointments prior to the filing of the divorce?
no,
Did you have any difficulty taking Riley to her appointments prior to the divorce?
no.
How many prior to the divorce, how many doctor's appointments did Mr. Broussard take Riley to? If you can remember.
object as to the time frames again, Your Honor.
Yeah, I don't want to go back 16 years, so I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. In the last 2 years prior to the divorce, how many times did Mr. Broussard take Riley to the doctor?
None that I recall.
In the 2 years prior to the filing of the divorce, how many times did Mr. Broussard take Caden to the doctor?
Once or twice.
Okay. And do you recall why he took Caden to the doctor?
I believe I had a school meeting.
Okay. Since the divorce, has Mr. Broussard offered to take, since the filing of the divorce, has Mr. Broussard offered to take Riley to doctor's appointments?
No,
Has he offered to take her to her sessions with Miss Sparkle Reed?
no,
Have you tried to take Caden since the divorce? Have you tried to take Caden to doctors to appointments with Sparkle Reed?
yes,
And what have you been able to do that?
no.
And can you tell the court why not?
He refuses to go anywhere with me.
Who refuses to go anywhere with you?
Caden.
Have you discussed that with Mr. Broussard?
Yes.
And what was Mr. Broussard's reaction?
We have a time frame for that too, Your Honor?
Since the divorce, what has been Mr. Broussard's reaction?
He's not getting in it, and Caden is 14 and he can make his own decisions.
Do you think that is can you give me any example we're talking now since the divorce was filed 10 months ago? Can you give me an example of a time when Mr. Broussard has tried to co-parent with you?
No,
And how many times have you discussed co-parenting with Mr. Broussard since the divorce?
Objection,
Several.
Your Honor, as to what is being defined as objection as to what is being defined as co-parenting and what was the subject that was a co-parenting subject.
Rule. You may answer that, ma'am.
several.
Okay. What things have you that you consider co-parenting have you asked Mr. Broussard to work with you on regarding the children?
To help me have a relationship with Caden and to, let me take the kids to their doctor's appointments or Caden to his doctor's his orthodontist appointment more specifically. And to church, I've invited him to go to church with me.
And what about, been any
Hearing it.
issues regarding bus stops since the door? Did you hear my question?
No, none of us did. You froze up on us.
Tina? Yeah. Tina, since you filed the divorce, has there been an issue regarding bus stops?
I have asked Kaden on
That's
some
a
really
nice-
bad weather days.
And she's just asking, she's not asking what the incident is. She's just asking, is there an
Oh,
issue? with bus stop?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
And what is the primary issue regarding the bus stops in Caden?
He goes to the bus stop an hour and a half before his bus arrives.
Okay, and what time would that be that he leaves the house?
6 a.m.,
And what time does his bus come?
approximately 7:35.
And when he who takes him? Does he walk to the bus on his own?
No, his father takes him and drops him off.
Okay, why does he have to leave at 6 o'clock in the morning?
Objection, Your Honor, as to if she has knowledge on that subject.
Overruled. You may answer if you know.
I don't know.
Okay, well, who does he walk to the bus stop himself, or does someone take him?
His father takes him.
Okay, and you started to mention something about bad weather. Does he go to the bus stop at 6 o'clock in the morning during bad weather?
Yes.
And so what have you tried to do about that, if anything?
I have offered to take him to school on bad weather days.
And who did you make that offer to?
Caden and Riley, through conversation with his father.
Okay, and what did his father tell you, if anything, regarding taking him to the bus stop on bad weather days at 6 a.m. in the morning?
He said that Caden
Objection,
doesn't
Your
want.
Honor, as to when these conversations would have taken place and whatever hearsay.
Okay,
Stand-
these conversations are
I'm sorry, Miss Tebow, can you please let me get Judge's
Sorry.
ruling?
Yeah, it's sustained as to hearsay on what Caden told Dad. That's sustained.
Well, I wasn't asking what Caden told Dad. I was asking what the father told the mother since the divorce regarding asking to take the children to the bus stop.
I understand, but that wasn't her answer. She wasn't answering
Okay.
that. She was saying what Caden told Dad. So the objection to hearsay sustained.
Okay, Mrs. Broussard, please do not tell me what Caden said. Tell me when you spoke to Mr. Broussard about taking the children, taking Caden specifically to the bus stop, what did he say to you in bad weather?
He answered for Caden and said Caden would like to go to the bus stop.
Even in bad weather by himself?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, as to hearsay.
In the morning.
This,
Hold on. Overruled to hearsay. As next question.
Okay. Have you ever tried to talk to Caden himself or about not leaving so early for the bus stop?
yes,
Has that been successful?
no,
Do you know what happens to Caden if it's storming outside and he's at the bus stop at 6 a.m.?
no.
Is there a cover over that bus stop?
There is a front porch at the house.
At whose house?
The house on the corner where the bus stop is.
Okay, but that's somebody's personal home, is it not?
Objection.
It is.
Your Honor.
Sustained. Deleting.
Is that somebody's personal home?
Yes,
Is there a cover or over the bus stop itself on the corner that you have, where they're being picked up?
Objection to relevancy, Your Honor. Number one, he's already said he's under an enclosed area in somebody's porch.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Is there a bus stop, structure over the school bus stop for the children to protect them during stormy weather?
no,
Have you, if you have knowledge, when he goes to the bus stop at 6 a.m. in the morning, are there other children waiting there?
not to my knowledge.
And so, okay.
She says not to her knowledge. I'll strike that, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. And what time do the children get home from school?
Approximately 4:20.
Okay. And how does Caden get home from school?
The bus.
Okay. And then
Days.
what does he do after he gets home from school?
Goes to the restroom and straight to his room.
Okay. And does he stay in his room the rest of the evening?
Most days, yes.
Okay. How often does Caden interact with you since the divorce has been filed? These are all questions since the divorce has been filed. How often does Caden interact with you after school since the divorce has been filed?
There's good days and bad days.
Okay.
Majority bad.
On a good day, how often does he interact with you?
Maybe an hour after he gets home.
And what is that about? Well, usually.
Usually if he's in the living room playing his Xbox, he, doesn't mind me sitting in the living room with him.
Okay. And what about on bad days?
He's in his room.
Until when?
We all go to bed.
Okay. So what about Riley? Does she interact with you?
Yes.
Does she interact with Mike?
Yes.
How I know we've heard testimony about the difficulty of their relationship, but how would you characterize her attempts to interact with Mike since the divorce has been filed?
I think she's trying.
Okay, and when you say she's trying, could you give the court an example of that?
She responds to questions that he asks. She doesn't have a problem being in the same room with him. She has, offered to, or she's asked him to go places with her.
And what kind of places has she asked him to go with her?
And hearsay, Your Honor.
Same.
Okay, how many places has Mr. Broussard, to your knowledge, how many places has Mr. Broussard taken Riley to since you filed the divorce?
Approximately 4, 5 times he's taken her.
In 10 months or more?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall where those places were?
He took her to Five and Below. He took her to the barn a couple of times. And yes, and as a family, we went and looked at trucks.
Okay, for Riley, the truck for Riley?
Yes.
Okay. Who initiated the request for Riley to go with her father someplace when they went to Five and Below?
Sparkle.
Okay, and who initiated the request when the first time that Michael went to the barn with her?
Riley.
Okay, and who initiated? Was it how many times? Well, the second time that he went to the barn.
Riley called him.
From the barn?
No.
From where?
From the house. He called. She called him at work and asked for him to come to the barn.
Was there a particular reason?
Yes, to pick up some heavy equipment that wouldn't fit in my car.
Okay, and who initiated the request to go look at trucks?
Riley.
Can you recall, since the divorce, any instance in which Mr. Broussard has initiated a request to Riley for her to go somewhere with him?
No.
Let's talk about FFA. How long has Riley been involved in FFA?
Approximately 2 years.
Okay, so since in that 2 years time period, you're talking about 2019 school year and 2020 school year?
Right.
In that 2-year time period, how many times has Mr. Broussard gone to the barn with Riley?
Approximately 10.
Okay. And what kind of animal did Riley have in 2019?
A pig.
Okay. And and what did she have in 2020?
A pig.
How many times a week do you have to go to the barn to help or do something? I don't know anything about FFA. How many times do you have to go to the barn to take care of the pig a week?
Daily.
Okay. And how many months does that barn and pig thing run in FFA?
Approximately 6 months per pig. She's had
So
3.
in 100. Okay, so out of the last 360 times that she's been to the barn to work on her 2 pigs in the last 2 years, it's please tell the court how many times Mr. Broussard has taken her.
About 10.
Okay, and who is the person that takes Riley the other 350 times?
Me.
Okay. And let's see. Your parents are deceased, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are Mr. Broussard's parents still alive?
Yes.
So they're the only grandparents that your children have?
Yes.
How would you describe Riley's relationship with her paternal grandparents since you filed the divorce?
Almost non-existent.
If you can recall, since you filed the divorce in June, how many times has Mr. Broussard taken Riley to see his parents?
I can only recall one time.
When was that?
Christmas Eve.
Okay, and for how long did she stay there?
3 or 4 hours.
Okay, and since the divorce was filed, if you can recall, how many times has Mr. Broussard taken Caden to see his parents, the paternal grandparents?
Objection only as to what the knowledge would be, Your Honor.
Sustained. You can lay the predicate for what her knowledge would be for that.
If you know, okay, if you know, how many times has Mr. Broussard taken Caden to see his parents?
Time period, Your Honor?
Since the divorce was filed.
I would say at least 50 to 60 times.
And let's talk about this past Easter. Okay. What did you ask Mr. Broussard regarding taking the children to Johnson City?
I emailed him 2 weeks prior to Easter and told him I would like to spend time with both of the kids with my family for Easter weekend.
Okay, and did he respond to you?
No.
Okay, did you bring it back up to him?
Yes.
How did you bring it back up to him?
I asked him what time he would like me to have the kids home on Sunday so they can go to his parents for Easter Sunday.
Okay, and did he respond to you?
He said there was nothing planned that he knew of.
Okay, and so what happened when you tried to take, did you try to take both of the children with you to go to Johnson City?
Yes.
What happened when you tried to take both of the children to go with you to Johnson City?
Caden refused to go.
Okay, and did you ask Mr. Broussard for help in getting Caden to go with you to Johnson City?
Yes, numerous times.
And what was the result of that?
He said he was not getting in it, that Caden was old enough to make his own decisions.
And how old is Caden?
14.
Okay, and so did you when was the time before that you had seen your family in Johnson City?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Before Easter, which was about 2 weekends ago, I guess. When was the time before that you took the children to see your family in Johnson City?
Last June. Well, we went to some weddings, but
Okay.
besides the weddings, just to be in Johnson City, June of last year.
Okay. And when you went to the weddings, did Caden go with you?
No.
Okay. Did you ask his father to help you with getting Caden to go with you?
Yes.
Okay. And did he do anything to your knowledge to encourage Caden to go with you?
No.
Okay. When you went to Johnson City last year, was that about the time you filed for divorce?
Yes.
Did you, when did you explain to the children that you and Mr. Broussard were going to be separating?
On that trip.
Okay. Since that happened on that trip, has Mr. Broussard ever told you that he thought that telling either child that you were getting separated on that trip was a problem for the children and they couldn't go back to Johnson City?
Objection as to leading, Your Honor.
Overruled. You may answer that. You said no.
No.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Tina?
No.
Okay. And did you have any knowledge from any other place that either child didn't want to go with you to Johnson City because they had bad memories of it?
No.
Do you think it's important that your children have a relationship with your side of the family?
Yes.
Would you say does it concern you that Caden is not going with you to visit your side of the family?
Yes.
Does it concern you that your daughter is not going to see the paternal side of the family?
Objection,
Yes.
Your Honor, that's leading.
Same.
Okay. Do you have any concerns about your daughter not going to see the paternal side of the family?
Yes.
What would be those concerns?
Her grandfather is ill and I'm not sure how much time he has. And I think them not inviting her to be a part of his life at the moment is not good for her.
Do you think, has Mr. Broussard ever come to you since the divorce was filed and asked you to take Riley with him, or asked you to encourage Riley to go with him to visit his side of the family?
Objection, leading again, Your Honor.
Same. Don't lead your witness.
What do you think, based on your experience with well, let me ask you this. What do you think co-parenting with Mr. Broussard should look like?
Him encouraging the kids to spend time with my family and I, and me encouraging the kids to have a good relationship with my side of the family.
Okay, and anything else?
Just to be able to talk and work through things instead of walking away and avoiding conversation.
How would you at this time, how would you characterize Caden's attitude toward? I don't think you heard me. Yeah. At this time, since the divorce was filed, how would you characterize Caden's attitude towards you?
Very disrespectful.
And have you spoken with Mike about that?
Yes.
And what was his response?
He's not getting involved.
how would you characterize Riley's attitude towards her father?
It's getting better.
Has she been disrespectful in the past towards Mike?
Yes.
And what, if anything, have you done about that?
I completely, just told her, you need to be respectful of your father. You need to not cuss when you're having conversations. And, he is your father and he's your only father. So you need to respect him.
Okay. So do you have a problem getting involved in talking to Riley about her being disrespectful towards her father?
Not at all.
Let's see. How do you discipline Riley?
I take things away from her.
And so what type of things do you take away from her?
Electronics. Or
what type of
phone.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead. Phone.
Okay. What type of electronics does Riley enjoy working with?
Her phone.
Okay. And does she play video games or anything like that? Does she have other types of electronics?
The only time she likes to play video games is just to spend time with Caden. So she will play when Caden's playing.
Okay, but other than her phone, is there any other electronics that you could take away from her that would be an effective punishment?
No.
And what type of punishments do you have for Caden when he's disrespectful or does things wrong?
I have taken his phone away prior to this Easter weekend, and Easter weekend I took away his Xbox.
Okay, so we heard testimony we heard questions that there might be a problem with isolating Caden without any access to the outside world. When you take away his phone, does he have access to the outside world through any other electronic means?
Yes.
What are those electronic means?
He still has a computer. We have a home phone. And if he has his cell phone, if I take away his cell phone, he still can communicate through the Xbox.
And when you say you have a home phone, what kind of phone is that?
The landline.
To your knowledge, has Caden ever been without an ability to call for help?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And if you take away Riley's phone, what other ways does she have of communicating with the outside world?
Her computer.
And she still has access to the home phone?
Yes, she does.
Okay. All right. When you take away their phones, how do you explain, what is your process for the discipline? What is your discipline process when you take away their phones?
I usually tell them up front, if you don't stop respecting me, or if you continue to disrespect me, I'm going to take away your Xbox, or I tell them in advance what their consequence is going to be.
Okay. And then what do you do if they don't meet the goal of changing their behavior the first time?
I give them a couple of times. They're kids.
Okay. And then what do you do?
And then I tell them, you haven't, been respectful. I'm going to take away your whatever it is.
And do you tell them how long or what they have to do to get their whatever electronic item it is back?
I don't usually tell them, but it's usually not more than a couple of days.
Okay. Do you during that period of time, do you discuss anything else with them regarding their behavior?
Just that I don't understand where the disrespect's coming from.
Okay. Have you ever taken their phone away for more than or their other electronic item away for more than a couple of days?
No.
who do you have any concerns if the court would award primary conservatorship to Mr. Broussard?
Yes.
And what are those concerns?
The mistreating of Riley and the lack of ability to take her where she needs to be for a long period of time.
Okay, anything else?
She feels real uneasy with him, and I don't know why.
Your Honor, as to speculating how she feels.
Sustained.
Have you observed anything that Riley does that gives you concern if Mr. Broussard were to become named the primary conservator by the court?
Can you rephrase that or repeat that?
What have you observed, if anything, in Riley's behavior that gives you concern if Mr. Broussard were to be named the primary conservator by the court?
Well, I've gone out of town for a weekend and she cried hysterically before I left. And the Friday night I left, she went over to a friend's house because she didn't want to be alone with.
Objection as to what the child relayed, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Hearsay.
Overruled.
Go ahead, Tina.
She told me she had to get out of the house because she wasn't comfortable here with Mike and her brother.
Okay. And have you ever seen Mr. Broussard comfort Riley since the divorce has been filed?
Once.
What was that about?
When she showed her pig and the pig went to the truck.
You mean it went to slaughter?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he do to comfort her at that time?
He gave her a side hug and said, "You did good. I'm sorry."
Have you ever had occasion to try and comfort Caden since the filing of the divorce?
No.
Okay. Well, Caden, what is the reason you haven't has nothing happened to Caden?
Objection, Your Honor, as to a purpose for comforting is vague and ambiguous, and what might have had to happen.
I'm going to sustain the objection. You can rephrase your question.
Do you have any other concerns besides the ones that you've listed?
Yes.
What is it?
Mike watching porn.
And how do you know Mr. Broussard watches porn?
I had a tracker where I could watch the internet that the kids were on, and Mike's phone popped up on it. And so I added him to the system.
Okay. And did you recognize that as his phone number?
Yes.
Has his phone number changed? When was the last time his phone number changed?
Prior to our marriage.
Okay.
I've lost everybody.
Was there any reason, sorry?
We lost you, Ms. Tebow.
Oh, is there any reason for you to believe that somebody other than Mr. Broussard was using his phone?
No.
Does Mr. Broussard loan his phone to anybody that you know of?
No.
I object to this whole line of questioning, Your Honor's irrelevancy for, and
Yeah.
as to anything.
Unless the kids have access to his phone or there's evidence that he's doing this stuff in front of the kids, and I'm going to sustain the objection of relevance. So I'm going to give you a question or two to tie it up if you can, but otherwise the objection is sustained.
Okay. Do you know whether or not the children have access to Mr. Broussard when he's looking at porn?
Objection, Your Honor, as to what knowledge that she may have acquired or has knowledge of if she didn't even know it.
Overruled. You may answer if you've observed something like that.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
do you know whether or not the children have access to Mr. Broussard's porn on the computer in any way?
Objection, Your Honor. I did not hear the word computer. Or I'm going to object as to evidence, not in testimony, not in evidence.
Sustained.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Mr. Broussard, that the children have access to Mr. Broussard's porn?
Objection, Your Honor, as to how would she know? And I'd object as to if there was any porn. So relevance again.
It's going to be sustained as to anything that's been told to you, ma'am. I just want to know, the question's asking, do you have any direct knowledge or any observations that you've seen where the kids have been exposed to any pornography that may have been on the dad's phone?
I don't know that they have been subjected to see it. He keeps his phone pretty locked down.
Do you have any concerns about Mr. Broussard's time that he spends watching porn, taking away from his time parenting the children?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, and now we're really crossing a line because there is no time identified as to him watching any porn. So it's relevancy and it's
Sustained.
not an issue.
Okay. All right. Let's see. What do you there has been discussion of nesting using, do you understand what nesting is, Ms. Broussard?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that nesting would be a good possession and access schedule for the children?
No.
Why not?
I don't feel that the kids are taken care of as well as I take care of them. And I also believe that when Riley is here with her father and her brother by themselves, they tend to talk down to her and make fun of her, and she doesn't like it.
Okay. Do you have any concerns about Mr. Since the divorce was filed? Have you any concerns about Mr. Broussard's drinking of alcoholic beverages?
I'm going to go with another one of these leading questions, Your Honor, and I've about
Sustained.
said it enough times at this point, I believe, Your Honor.
Are there any other concerns that you have about Mr. Broussard being the primary conservator of the children from your observations?
Prior to the judge's restrictions on alcohol, there was a lot of drinking here at the house.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
Mike would drink 4 or 5 solo cups of wine a night. And sometimes on Saturdays he would drink, several, he would mix beer and beer Ritas together. And he would have maybe 7 or 8 of those on a Saturday.
Okay, and do you drink?
I do.
Okay, and
Sorry, I didn't hear some of that, Your Honor.
The last question was, she asked, does she drink? And she said yes. Before that, it was that he would have 7 or 8 beers and Rita mixes on a Saturday.
What do you drink, Mrs. Broussard?
I drink wine, a beer occasionally, vodka.
Okay. Do you drink every day?
No.
And do you keep a lot of alcoholic beverages in your home?
There's alcohol here, yes.
So how much of that alcohol that's in your home would be in your possession?
Drinkable. I have a wine rack for decoration. I would say on an occasion 7 bottles of wine.
Okay. How when you drink wine, how many bottles of wine do you drink at a sitting?
Oh, not even a whole one.
Okay. Have you ever driven with the children
Two
under the
glasses.
influence? 2 glasses?
No. Yes.
Okay. Have you ever driven with the children under the influence of any type of alcohol or other substance?
No.
Okay. Have you ever driven when you were under the influence of any alcohol or other substance and incompetent to drive?
No.
Okay. Since the judge has made the admonition that you were not to drink in front of the children, have you drunk wine or any other alcoholic beverage in front of the children?
No.
If you know, after the admonition by the judge, did you see Mr. Broussard drinking any alcoholic beverage while the children were in residence?
I did not see it.
Okay. Did he continue to buy alcohol? If you know, did he buy alcohol after the judge's admonition?
Objection is to relevancy, Your Honor.
Hey,
Drinking.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I said sustained at the relevance.
Okay.
Whether or not he bought alcohol.
Okay. Do you have, if you know, has since 2 years before the divorce was filed until now, has Mr. Broussard ever driven under the influence of alcohol?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
I'm sorry, what?
No. Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And so has he ever driven with the children when he was drinking?
No.
Object, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overruled.
Okay. All right. Are you asked what type of possession and access schedule? Let me ask you this: what type of who do you think should be the primary conservator of the children during the temporary orders?
Me.
And why do you think that?
Because I've never told the children that I wouldn't take them anywhere. I've taken them to majority of their doctor's appointments in their lives. I have been involved in all of their school work, and I help them with their homework. I attend the school ARD meetings, and
since in the last 3 years, 2 years before and since the filing of the divorce, has Mr. Broussard ever attended an ARD meeting for either child?
no.
Has he ever attended any of the school meetings?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Does he help either child with their homework?
He has helped Caden.
When did he start helping Caden?
More recently. I don't know exactly how long.
Since the divorce, we're talking
Maybe
about
a little bit, but when,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the leading question again.
Overruled. I think she was just giving her a time frame.
Yes, I was trying to. We're talking about since 2 years prior to the divorce and since the divorce was filed last June.
that is probably when he started helping him with his
What
homework.
is probably when he started?
I know that in elementary school, he did not help them with their homework.
Okay. And so when did you observe him starting to help Caden with his homework?
6th grade, so he's in last year.
Okay. All right. And is he helping, is your daughter having issues in school now?
Yes.
And what can you please tell the court what those issues are?
She is struggling in World History AP class and English.
And has a reason been identified for those struggles?
She is having depression issues and hasn't fully been engaged in those classes.
Okay. Is there, at this time, have you observed her doing anything to improve her grades in those classes?
Yes, she and I were working on her homework together last night.
Okay.
And I spoke with her teacher as to what she needed to do to get a passing grade.
Okay, but without telling us what the teacher said, in your opinion, is it possible for her to get a passing grade in those
Yes.
two classes?
Yes.
Okay. And is Mr. Broussard assisting in any way to help her make up homework or do whatever she needs to do to improve her grades at this time?
No.
To your knowledge, has he spoken to her about her issues with her grades at all?
No.
Do you know how Caden's doing in school?
Yes.
How do you know without telling us what any information?
We didn't get that question, Ms. Tebow.
Judge. I didn't hear any of that.
We didn't get that question. You froze up on us. If you can please repeat the
Oh,
question.
sure, sorry. Without giving us any information that somebody else told you, how do you know how Caden is doing in school?
I track their grades online.
And if you know, does Mr. Broussard have access to that same ability?
Yes.
Has Mr. Broussard, since the filing of the divorce, has Mr. Broussard brought up any issue to you regarding the children's grades and how you and he should handle it?
No.
Let's see. What kind of, do you have you said that you didn't think that nesting would be good. What kind of possession and access do you think would be appropriate for you and Mr. Broussard to have with the children?
I think it would be best for me to have primary conservatorship and he get visitation with extended weekends.
Okay, and from your observations, do you think that Riley would be able to go with him on extended weekends?
It will be a struggle.
Okay, but by it would be a struggle, what do you think the ultimate result would be?
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
Same.
From your interactions with Riley, if you ask her to do it, what do you think she'll do?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Okay. And you're also asking for child support from Mr. Broussard, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what do you said you're a teacher?
Yes.
And what is your current income?
57,000 gross.
Okay. And do you know what Mr. Broussard makes a year?
Approximately 93,000.
Okay. And there was some indication from Mr. Broussard's attorney that you have. There was some indication from Mr. Broussard's attorney that you have jobs other than being a teacher. Do you have other jobs?
I sell Mary Kay.
And how much do you make a year selling Mary Kay?
Less than $1,000 a year.
Okay. And is that since 2 years before the divorce was filed up to now, have you made more than that per year?
No.
Do you have any other sources of income?
No.
And are you asking that you're also asking the court to provide you spousal support temporarily, correct?
Yes.
Would you like to stay in the home?
Yes.
Why do you think it's important for you to
I
stay in
didn't
the
hear the
home?
question. I'm sorry. I didn't hear the
Didn't
prior
you-
question.
Sorry,
You
Mr.
didn't hear it?
I didn't hear you. What did you say, Mr. Tracton?
I did not hear the prior question that was asked prior to asking about the home.
She was asking if she wanted temporary spousal support.
Thank you.
Okay. Then my question was, would you like to stay in the home you're in now?
Yes.
Okay. And what would you need the temporary spousal support for if you did that?
To assist with the kids' home,
What does that mean?
to assist with the mortgage.
What about the other bills? Who pays the other bills associated with living in a house?
Mike pays the electricity. I pay the he pays electricity. I pay the water. No, not the water, the gas. He pays majority of the house bills.
Okay. And what do you pay the majority of?
The taking care of the kids, the extracurricular activities.
And what besides extracurricular activities, what is involved in taking care of the kids?
Clothing, doctor's visits, medication.
Okay. How long have the children lived in that house?
Since birth.
Okay, are you also asking that the court, besides making you the primary conservator and awarding you the marital home, what else are you asking the court to award you regarding property?
50% of everything else.
Well, for temporarily though, what do you need?
Oh, for temporarily. Just my car, the house, the children.
Okay.
What's the last thing? I'm sorry, Your Honor. Your last
Her
item.
children.
Okay. Do you have any concerns regarding the relationship between you and Mr. Broussard, other than the fact that you're obviously not getting along, so you're getting a divorce?
Yes.
What would those be?
The lack of privacy that he is giving me.
Okay, so could you tell the court more about that?
So my bedroom had a lock on it that you could just put the pin in it and open it. And several times he would not knock, he would just open the door with the
Do you have a
pin.
time frame on this stuff, Your Honor, that she's saying that happened?
This was in the last several months. So I purchased a keyed lock to go on my door just for when I am in there and want privacy, not to exclude him from the room totally. And when I came home from work that day, the whole knob was removed from my door.
Okay. Did you try to talk about that with Mr. Broussard?
Yes.
And were you able to do that?
No.
What if anything did he tell you about taking the doorknob off?
That I'm not allowed to have access to a locked room.
Is Mr. Broussard able to lock the room he's staying in?
Yes.
And have you ever gone and picked the lock to get into that room?
No.
And does he have what times are you talking about that you felt you needed privacy and Mr. Broussard would enter anyway?
Showering, changing, having phone calls.
And
sleeping.
did you ever impinge on Mr. Broussard's privacy when he was doing those activities?
No.
Okay. What concern do you have about Mr. Broussard's doing that to you, other than just, wanting your privacy?
I don't even have a knob on my door anymore. It's frightening to me that, I can't even have a closed door without a knob on it.
And has Mr. Broussard ever taken the knob off any other door in the house?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. All right. Use of the home, use of the child, temporary spouse and maintenance. I pass the witness.
Okay, Mr. Tracton, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. What are your work hours, ma'am?
7:50 to 3:50.
And since COVID has been in place, where do you work?
Out of the home.
So you would be able to get up early in the morning to take your children to school? Is that correct?
Yes.
So how many times have you taken Riley to school in the morning since January 1st?
About 4.
4 times?
Mm-hmm.
And were you back at your house in time to start class?
Yes.
And how many times have you driven Caden to school this year?
None.
What time do you get up in the morning?
Wake up?
I'll rephrase the question. When Caden leaves the house, you're still sleeping, aren't you?
I'm awake.
You're not out of your bedroom, though, are you?
No.
Okay. So you don't know what transpires from the time you don't come out of your bedroom to what happens at the bus stop where your son goes to school in the morning, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
I'm correct, is what you're saying, correct?
Rephrase that again.
Yeah. Isn't it true you have no idea what happens with your son getting up in the morning to go to school because you don't leave your bedroom?
That's fair. That's fair.
Okay. What time do you leave your bedroom?
6:15.
So you wait until he's left?
No.
Now, you testified that your son is at the bus stop at 6 o'clock in the morning. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
How do you know?
I've driven there.
What time do you drive there then if you don't leave your bedroom?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
Sustained.
Have you seen your son at the bus stop?
Yes.
And what was the weather like?
That day was good.
Okay. And were there other children at the bus stop?
No.
What time did you get there?
About 6:15.
Okay. At 6:15, when you arrived there, let me rephrase that. What time does the bus pick up your son?
7:35.
Okay. And when you saw your son at the bus stop, what was he doing?
Sitting on the front porch of the house.
And is it a covered porch?
Yes.
Is it a lit porch?
Yes.
And there's a seat actually there for him to be sitting in with the permission of the people who own the house, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculative that the seat is sitting there for Caden.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
And is it true that your son is sitting on the porch, a covered porch that's lit in the morning?
Yes.
He's not in the dark, correct?
Correct.
He's not in the elements because he's under a covered porch, correct?
Correct.
And he is at peace with himself being there from what you observe. Is that also correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculative.
Overruled. You may answer that.
Yes.
How many times in the year 2021 have you gone and asked him if you could take him to school? Caden, that is.
I don't recall how many.
Well, would the number be a 0?
No,
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Overruled.
Is Mike, you have left your children with your husband while you went out of town, isn't that correct?
correct,
And when you went out of town, it was with girlfriends, isn't that correct?
correct,
So it was a trip that you didn't have to take for work, correct?
correct,
And that you felt comfortable leaving your children with your husband.
was that a question?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Is that correct?
Yes,
And these same fears that you've been discussing, they still existed when you went on your trip, correct?
yes,
And as a matter of fact, that's not the only trip you've taken. You've taken a number of trips in the last couple years where it's a weekend with the girls trip, correct?
correct,
And on Fridays, before COVID, you used to like to go out with your group of friends and go drinking over at one of the restaurants, correct?
correct,
And then you wouldn't come home for, well, till the evening hours. Is that correct?
correct,
And Mike was home by then, wasn't he?
correct,
Because Mike, he has work also to go to, right?
yes,
Okay. Now, you have utilized Mike's mother to help you with taking children to their medical and doctor appointments, haven't you?
Objection, Your Honor, time frame.
Abstain.
In the years 2020 and 2021, you have utilized Mike's mother to help take your children to the doctor or dentist or wherever they had to go.
not to my knowledge in 2021 and 2020.
Okay, well, wasn't there just an occasion at the beginning of this year you asked Mike to have his mother take your child to the doctor or dentist?
I don't recall.
Your relationship with Mike's parents isn't good, is it?
No,
Okay, and it's been that way for a while. Would you say that be correct?
Objection, Your Honor, time frame.
Overruled.
Ma'am, would that be correct? You haven't had a good relationship in a while? Years.
correct,
You're part responsible for that, wouldn't you say?
no,
Like, you have not gone over to his parents' house?
yes,
Special occasions?
yes, I have.
That's what I'm saying, for special occasions.
Plus more,
And you're going back more in history before you filed for divorce, correct?
yes,
How far does Mike's parents live from where you live?
about 7 miles.
Okay.
I don't
How about
know.
your bro- how
Not good
about
for
your-
distance.
okay. How about your brother?
Couple miles?
Not very far, right?
No,
And how many times have you, in the year 2020, gone and taken Caden to go visit your brother?
0.
And that 0 is because you didn't take him to go see his uncle who lives only a few minutes away.
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Sustained.
Ms. Broussard,
Yes, sir.
how would you characterize, let me rephrase that question. Riley has picked up on your relationship with Mr. Broussard, hasn't she?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Has, to your knowledge, Ms. Broussard, has Riley taken your side in your divorce matter?
Objection, hearsay.
I think that she could do that from personal knowledge, Your Honor.
Overruled. I'll allow that question.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. Would it be your position that, or belief that Riley has taken up for your side of this divorce matter? Siding with you, in other words.
I believe. Sure, we'll go with yes.
Okay. And you have been present when Riley has been doing her cussing out of Mike and calling him different names other than Dad. You've been present.
Objection, Your Honor. Compound question.
Sustained.
We'll break it down. You've been present when your daughter has used names other than Dad or the name Mike's name. When your daughter has done that to him, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, during that moment, did you do anything to tell her to stop that?
Yes.
And how did she react to you telling her?
She told me he doesn't deserve it.
And that was a appropriate answer for her to give to you?
No.
Okay. And now, Mike, was it your position that he walks away from those kind of moments with his daughter?
Yes.
And if somebody were to be disengaging from allowing a situation to flare, would they stand around and fight or walk away? What is your
Objection,
opinion?
Your Honor. Speculation.
Overruled. I'll allow her to answer that.
Repeat the question?
Yes. When a situation occurs, such as with your daughter becoming angry and using inappropriate words with her father, would it be appropriate for that circumstance for the person being confronted, such as Mike, is to stay and agitate or engage the person, or to walk away and diffuse it?
That's when you change your tone of voice and try to calm the child.
But Mike would not engage in allowing her to continue to escalate, would he?
No.
And he didn't curse back at her or use foul language, did he?
No.
You use foul language on Mike, though, don't you?
Not in front of the children.
Well, you live in a home where you've already heard that they hear things. You don't think they would hear you cursing at him?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Have the children been home when you have had arguments with Mike that were not in front of the children, but you were being loud and cursing?
No.
How long has it been that Mike's lived outside the master bedroom?
Since 2019.
Okay. Has your brother come into the house, that would be Craig, while you're not home and done anything with the locks in your house? The key
I'm sorry, can you
doorknobs
repeat
in your
that?
house.
Can you repeat that?
Yes. Has your brother Craig, since January 1st, 2021,
I don't have a brother, Craig.
Chris, my apology. Has your brother Chris entered your home with you not home in 2021?
No.
Has he changed locks on your doors when you've not been at the residence?
No.
Have your door locks been changed by your brother Chris?
Yes.
When?
A couple weeks ago.
What was done?
The lock on my bedroom door was changed
And how was it changed?
by my brother Chris.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. This is a series of questions that have been asked and answered.
No.
Overruled.
So when Chris came and put the lock on the door, was he invited there to do so with Mike's permission?
No,
Is this house still Mike's house?
yes,
Okay. When you put the lock on the door, did your door already have a knob on it?
yes,
There was no missing knob at the time your brother changed it, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
You testified Mike removed the lock from a door, correct?
correct.
And was the lock changed out to be one that Chris installed that was removed?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
No, it wasn't.
Well, I've figured it out, so let's,
Okay.
I understand what happened.
You testify, ma'am, you filled out a financial information sheet, didn't you?
Yes,
When did you last look at it?
maybe 10 months ago.
So the financial information statement that you have provided and we have admitted into the court,
Mhm.
I'm going to offer the wife's financial information statement on her behalf, Your Honor, since it's part of number one.
But number one's already in evidence, so if it's attached to the P1, then it's already in evidence.
And that's the one I wish to bring to the court's attention. Ma'am, on your financial information statement, you indicate your occupation as a teacher, correct?
Correct.
You also put down your estimated earnings from your employment, correct?
Correct.
And did you use your most current income from the state of Texas or from your employer, the school system, when you identified what you made on there?
I believe so.
But you haven't looked at it in 10 months, you don't know, do you?
No,
Objection, Your Honor. That was filed in November. The first time we filed it was November. It has not been 10 months. Mr. Tracton is misstating the evidence.
I'm afraid, Your Honor, that was her testimony.
Objection's overruled. We can clean that up on a redirect if you need to.
So you didn't identify your income from Mary Kay on there, did you?
no,
Okay. If you look at, do you have a copy of your financial information statement?
not in front of me.
Well, would you be able to pull it in front of you?
Yes,
I'd like to reference some numbers with you. And let me know when you got it.
yes, sir.
Okay. Would you go to the second page, please?
Hold on, I'm not there yet.
Ah, okay.
I can't find it. Was it on the one you sent earlier?
I sent you the email and I think I resent it to you just now about when we first started.
Okay.
If it helps you, Mr. Broussard, I think it may be labeled Tina dash financial statement temporary orders rather than exhibit.
I don't see it.
Judge, I can share it if you want me to. If you'll give me the right to do that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I can't share it.
I'm going to move on, Judge. I don't want to use my time up inappropriately.
There we go.
That's it. Ms. Broussard, can you see that? Okay.
Yes.
Now, in looking at this, oops, somebody's got, who has management of that?
I do.
Oh, okay.
Tell me what to do.
Go to page 2, please. Ms. Broussard, can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me on the column it says pre-tax, you see where it says at the very top pre-tax subtotal?
Yes.
Okay, go down to the 6th line. It says total deductions.
Yes.
All right. First question I'm going to ask you, who prepared this document?
I did.
Mrs. Tebow, don't talk.
Apparently I can't add.
Well, that's all right, but don't talk when the other.
Oh,
unless the-
sorry, Judge.
Mr. Director, you may ask that question again.
Okay, Ms. Broussard,
Yes.
the numbers that are on your financial information statement, where did you get them?
Receipts and
And what?
pay stubs. Are you talking about the lunches?
Well, first I'm just asking you
Because that has
as a
changed.
question, where did you get your numbers from?
From my bank account and my receipts.
Okay, so the amount you show is your rent and mortgage. Are you going to be renting or paying a mortgage somewhere?
That is the mortgage of our house.
Do you pay that?
No,
And do you know that number to be correct or incorrect?
I know it to be correct.
And you got the information from your bank account?
I got that from the mortgage ticket.
And the ticket is received in the mail or in the computer?
In the mail.
Do you know if that amount's paid electronically?
Not currently.
You're not paying it, in other words, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you're not paying the utilities?
Not at this time.
Okay, so that amount of $605, it says including cell phone, how much of that do you pay?
Not, $40 a month.
What is $40 a month paid towards?
It goes toward our gas bill.
Toward? I mean, it's an exact amount every month? Level pay?
No, approximately.
The food, including school lunches, do you pay for the children's school lunches?
They are currently on free lunch.
Okay, so how much of the $700 is free?
I would say I probably spend about $200 a month on groceries.
So there's about 500 extra there then, correct?
Correct.
And the car note, $400, is whose car?
Mine?
Okay, and you have a note in your name?
No.
And then who do you pay?
My parents' trust account.
Are you renting the car from your parents?
I'm leasing it.
Your parents are deceased. Who's receiving the money?
The trust account.
But they're both deceased. Who's the beneficiary?
The payments for the car are still coming out of the trust account.
Out of the trust account?
Correct. It is not paid off.
You're leasing the car.
Basically, I took over the payments, but I am paying them to the trust account.
How much is left owed on the vehicle?
24,000, I believe.
Your car was a 2017?
Correct?
You took it over from your mother?
And my father?
Was it the vehicle your mother drove?
No.
Okay. It was bought in 2017?
Correct?
What type of vehicle do you have?
A Buick Enclave?
Okay. And that's 4 years ago now?
Yes.
How do you know what the remaining amount owed is?
Because I have a account on a Dropbox that I deduct my payments from,
So who do you owe money to?
the trust account
But you said you're leasing it. Do you have an agreement to lease it?
with my brothers.
Okay. And is it a formal document or just a handshake?
It's a handshake.
And the $400, is that how much money is paid on the car to a lender?
Correct.
So on the lender's version, not the trust account, but the lender, do you know how much money is owed to them?
No.
So the $24,000 is not what the lender is owed. Is that correct?
I have no idea.
It's
I am also paying back some of the down payment.
objection
The
not
car was-
responsive, Your Honor. You have on your sheet attorney fees $500.
Mm-hmm.
Are you making $500 monthly payments to Miss Tebow?
Yes, yes, I am.
And how many have you made up till now?
11?
Did you say 11? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. In regards to the uninsured healthcare cost, you have $450 for counseling. Whose counseling are you referring to?
The children?
So is that, well, Mr. Broussard has got them covered under his insurance, and they still have, for this whole year, they've had no cost.
Correct.
So
But that
what-
will go away.
So you're anticipating some future date that you'll owe money?
Correct.
Is this $450 for 100% of your anticipated time they'll be with the therapist?
Can you rephrase that?
Yes, the $450. How many? Let me ask you the question a different way then. How much is it per therapy session for the children?
175 per child.
Per child for how long a session?
An hour.
And that's what Miss Reed charges?
I believe that to be correct.
Why would it be where you say you believe? Do you not know the
Because
answer?
I haven't been charged yet.
So where did you get the 175 an hour from?
On some documents that were sent to me by accident.
Would it surprise you if it was only $100 an hour?
Yes, it would.
Okay. So when you wrote down your amount, the 450, that number doesn't divide by 175. So that was just a guesstimate you made?
But you're talking about one session per month or multiple sessions per month?
Let me rephrase my question. When you developed this document, your FIS, were the children seeing Miss Reed yet?
Yes.
Okay, you've already said, you said it was 10 months ago. I understand that it was filed in November. When did the children start seeing Miss Reed?
I don't recall the exact date.
Was it November?
I don't recall the exact date.
September 19th.
When you came up with your clothing and laundry and haircuts, who's that for?
The children and I.
Okay. Who pays for it now?
I pay for Riley.
How much is Riley?
Um, her last visit, it was 125
And how often is that?
every other month.
So that would be about 62.50, or excuse me, 170, 87.50 per month.
No, it was 120.
Oh, 120. I'm sorry, $60 per month.
No,
How much did you pay? You know what? Let's move on. Let's go. Go to the third page, if we may, please. Thank you. Do you see at the very top where it says Future Farmers of America, Riley?
yes,
It says $400. Is that correct?
that is correct that it's on the page.
So the amount is incorrect. Is that accurate?
Correct.
My statement was accurate, correct?
Your statement was accurate.
Okay, so this document that you have filed with the court for us to use today, it contains numbers that are useless on it, doesn't it? They're not current numbers.
There could be some updates, correct?
Okay. You knew you were coming to court today, correct?
I wasn't sure if it was going to be
That's a
delayed
non-responsive,
again.
Your Honor.
Sustained.
You knew you were coming to court today, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you have credit cards of a minimum monthly payment of $800 a month. Is that inaccurate also?
no,
Is that how much you pay every month?
yes,
Do you owe money on your credit cards?
yes,
You have a balance on your credit cards?
yes.
Do you have your balance written on this piece of paper?
I don't see it.
So how much is the balance on your credit cards?
I don't recall the exact amount.
How many credit cards we have that have balances on them that you don't know?
I have three credit cards.
Okay. And on those 3 credit cards, those are your personal expenses?
Family expenses.
With family. So Mr. Broussard benefited by them?
I would say so.
You don't know on what though, correct?
No,
All right. And use that to buy your alcohol?
no,
Use it to go away with your girlfriends?
no.
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Ruled.
What is the balance on your credit cards from?
Last statement I looked at, it was 60% home
You know that? How?
expenses. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
You know that it was 60% of the balance was home. How do you know that?
The last statement I saw, that's what it said.
It said 60% home?
Yes,
Do you document where the expenses go each time?
I haven't been using them lately.
So how would the statement itself know that it was home expenses?
I don't know that.
That was just the calculation made by the company that sends you.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. You indicate on item number 10, just to give you a line item, it says the children presently are residing with you. Is that correct?
They're residing with both.
Okay, so that wasn't a correct statement back even when you wrote it. Isn't that correct?
I did not write that, sir.
What? Is this document, when's the last time you looked at these numbers?
Maybe October.
And at the time that number 10, where it says with mother, did you see that in the wording?
This is not the exact paperwork that I filled out.
So there's differences between what you're saying is correct that you did versus what's presented to the court today.
Possibly.
Do you declare your income from Mary Kay on your tax return?
Yes.
Okay. Do you still continue to receive deliveries from Mary Kay products delivered to your home?
Yes.
And you mail them back out again?
I'm sorry?
I'll rephrase it. You submit. Do you keep a inventory in your home of product?
Correct.
What's the value of your inventory?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
Okay. You also have a business that you sell pots and pans or something. You know what I'm referring to?
No.
Pampered Chef. Do you do any business with Pampered Chef?
No.
Have you?
I had a Pampered Chef party.
And what do you do at a Pampered Chef party?
You encourage people to buy from your party.
And when was that?
Last March, right after the pandemic.
Okay. Nothing since?
No.
Okay. You made any sales?
I'm sorry?
Did you make any sales?
I'm not the salesperson.
Did you benefit by the pots somehow by having the party?
I got rewards for having the party.
Okay. You have bank accounts?
Yes.
And if you would look at number 8 for me, please. Can you see that?
Yes.
You have 0 written in for your financial institution money you have.
It gets there pretty often.
It gets there?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the answer.
Said it gets there pretty often.
Okay. But
Oh,
how many bank accounts do you have, ma'am?
2.
Okay. Where are they at?
Bank of America.
Both of them?
Yes.
Is Mr. Broussard on them?
Yes.
He is his name is on there?
Yes.
And so he can access them?
Yes.
And is that where your checks are deposited?
Yes.
And from that account, does he check any money from your account?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So he doesn't utilize your account at all, correct?
No.
And you get your entire paycheck to do whatever you want with it, correct?
Incorrect.
objection, Your Honor, that misstates the evidence that she stated that she pays some bills and most of the children's expenses.
Overruled, but the court heard the testimony. Mr. Tracton, just so you know, you have 30 minutes, so I want to make sure you leave adequate time to call your client.
Understood, Your Honor. You can take the FIS off screen up. Okay. When you, ma'am, when you left and went to, made your decision to go to Johnson City with your children and tell them about getting a divorce, had you discussed that with Mr. Broussard prior to doing it?
No.
He was unaware you were getting a divorce before you told the children, isn't that correct?
No.
How do you know he was aware?
I told him in January of last year that I wanted a divorce.
And that put him on notice in January of 2020 that you wanted, by that statement that you had filed?
He wasn't in agreement with the divorce.
Objection non-responsive, Your Honor.
Same.
What was the date you had the children in Johnson City and told them you're divorcing their father?
July 1st or 2nd.
And at that date, had you served Mr. Broussard yet?
The conversation went on at the simultaneous time.
Oh, okay. But when did you serve him?
The July 1st or 2nd.
Okay.
I believe it was the 1st.
So it was a surprise from Mr. Broussard's point of view because he didn't know why you were in Johnson City, did he?
I didn't hear your question.
I'll rephrase the question. When you went to Johnson City with the children, Mr. Broussard didn't know you were going to be serving him with papers, did he?
No.
And did you alert him that you were taking the children to Johnson City when you left?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
When you took the children to Johnson City in the first part of July, you were separating the children away from Mr. Broussard so you could have him serve. Would that be correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative and speculation.
Overruled. He's allowed to ask leading questions. If she doesn't agree with it, she can answer it that way.
You understand my question, ma'am?
No.
You took the children to Johnson City so you could have Mr. Broussard served at your home, correct?
Yes.
And when you took the kids to Johnson City, did you ask or tell Mr. Broussard you're not going to be home, that you're leaving to go to Johnson City?
Yes. He was aware that we went.
How far ahead did you tell him?
About a week.
Okay. So you were preparing to set him up for that. So with that said, when you told the children you're divorcing their father, it didn't go very well with Caden, did it?
Actually, it was fine with him. His reaction was
Objection non-responsive, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you were going to go the second time in Easter, that was going to the same place in Johnson City that the last time he was there, you told me you're getting a divorce from his dad. Is that correct?
correct.
Do you think that might have upset him?
No,
You know how he's feeling about you now, correct?
no,
Let me rephrase that question. Are you aware of his feelings toward you in the last, since Johnson City time period?
no,
He's in therapy for a reason, right?
yes,
And you're talking with the therapist with him to have a relationship with him, correct?
correct.
So you don't know why he's upset.
There's a different. No, no,
Where has your husband been staying when he's not in the bedroom, when he left the master bedroom? What part of the house?
the bottom bunk in Caden's room,
Since how long?
June of 2019.
And you didn't serve Mr. Broussard until July of 20?
Correct.
And you said your relationship with Caden was just fine up until then?
Yes,
And Mr. Broussard was still in the room and had contact and communication with your son at that time too, correct?
correct.
At the time from July on.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I did not hear your answer.
We didn't hear your question. Please repeat it.
Yes. You were, you and Mr. Broussard had already become estranged from each other. Is that correct? Prior to you serving him.
Correct.
And since 2019, your son and Mr. Broussard have been in the same room together and being able to share each other's feelings, and nobody's moving but me.
I didn't hear that at all.
Sorry.
We got disconnected or something.
All right, Mr. Tractor, you got to try that question again.
I'm going to try not to beat a dead horse, as the old saying goes. I have something in the middle of my screen. I'll just let it be for the moment. Who did you, the decision to take your son and daughter to Miss Reed, how was that arrived at?
She was on our insurance plan.
Okay. And when you talked to Mr. Broussard about this, what was the reason you had discussed with him that you felt the children needed to go to the therapist?
Because of their depression issues.
Oh man, here we go again. Can't fix it. Can't get the dang thing off. Oh, I heard somebody.
I can't hear Mr. Tracton at all.
And my thing is saying the internet's unstable. Oh, there we go. We're back. I see some and not all. And Mr. Broussard, do you hear me at all?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Okay. And Judge, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Court reporter? All right. Every day, Mr. Broussard wakes your daughter up, doesn't he?
Yes.
He do you know what their routine is every morning? Can you
I didn't
me
hear
now? I'm
anything
sorry.
you said.
Okay. Do you know what the routine is in the morning?
He wakes her up about 5:30. She gets in the shower. Kaden wakes up earlier than that and gets up and gets dressed and eats breakfast.
Okay. And they do all that. It's Mr. Broussard taking care of getting the kids up in the morning and you sleeping. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Riley has gotten, she doesn't tell him he can't wake her up, to your knowledge. Does she?
Oh, boy.
Do you get that? Did you hear the question? Question was, Riley does not object to being awoken by her father, does she?
No.
And are you aware that he also, tells her to have a good day and all the positive attributes of getting a positive day started?
Yes.
So wouldn't that be an understanding that he is trying to have and has continually tried to have a relationship with Riley? Isn't that true?
Yes.
So when you indicated that or made it sound like Mr. Broussard wasn't making an effort, he's made one every single day when he wakes up in the morning to have that relationship with his daughter, doesn't he? Ma'am?
That
Oh.
action, yes.
Okay, action, okay.
Objection, Judge, to the sidebar.
Overruled. All right, Mr. Trackton, you have 19 minutes.
I'm just going to look for anything important, Your Honor. Ma'am, you said that you didn't take away the electronics for more than a few days. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. On October 23rd, 2020, you took the Xbox from Caden. Do you remember that?
You cut out. I'm sorry.
On October 23rd, 2020, you removed the Xbox or took the Xbox from Caden. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You also recall that by November 23rd, 2020, you had not returned it.
Yes.
You testified that you didn't take away electronics for more than a few days. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
So that statement, then maybe there's other occasions you don't remember that you also have removed electronics from Caden without an opportunity for him to get them back or not knowing when. Isn't that correct?
Can you restate that or?
I'll rephrase it.
Mhm.
Caden doesn't, you weren't accurate when you said you didn't punish him excessively because you took the electronics away for a month.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation that was excessive.
Overruled.
Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes.
You said you didn't want that you worry about Riley being taken care of by Mr. Broussard, but he's already demonstrated he's very meticulous about seeing to it that she gets everywhere that he's allowed to take her, or that he's allowed to do acts such as waking her up. Wouldn't you say that's a responsible act on his part?
What was the question?
Isn't it responsible of Mr. Broussard to wake your daughter up?
Yes.
Okay. You don't know if you could do it, though, do you?
I do know that I could do it.
I'm going to pass the witness.
All right, why don't we take our afternoon break, and Mr. Trackton, you might want to try to log back in again, because we were doing really good for a while, but now we're getting slow. Looks like reception on your end again. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll resume at 3:36.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Judge, if you're back,
I haven't seen him, Kathy. I didn't go anywhere. I stayed.
okay, I just want to make sure. I keep getting a view of the waiting room, so I think he's giving me some authority I don't need when he hit
Well,
the
maybe
share screen.
I was just maybe he's giving you some authority he thinks you deserve.
I just want to make sure he has the ability to get his people in and not me.
Oh, God.
So I shouldn't be able to see who's in the waiting room.
Well, just tell him.
I
You
just
know, this is all
clicked it
hard
off
on
so that
everybody.
I couldn't see it, but I wanted to make sure he knew.
I'm gonna let you go. This is all hard on everybody. I'm having difficulty too.
I'm just having caffeine deprival.
Oh, God.
Here's Miss Minnie.
Huh?
Miss Minnie, the court reporter's back.
Oh, good. Well, that's
Right.
good. That's see, I can't see everybody like that. I don't know what happened. I used to be able to have like a gallery across the top, and I can't do the gallery anymore. I don't know what happened. I screwed it up somehow. So are you going into the office, or is this your office and your at-home office that's so beautiful?
This is my office.
It's very beautiful.
Thank you.
I
We own our
particularly
own
love-
office. We have our own building. It's a small house, so it's not really any different than being home.
I used to work in one of those. It was really delightful.
Yeah, it is. I love it.
I did too. I really loved it too. I was doing it from down in the Heights, but then after
Judge,
about,
for some reason, I clicked it off, but I have access to the waiting room people, so I just want to make sure you have the access and not me.
Yeah, I did that.
When the share screen, it must have popped over. I just wanted you to be aware.
No, I did that for you to share a screen without having to go down there and mess with that. I just made you co-host for a
Okay,
second.
no problem. I just want to I clicked it off, but I just wanted you to know.
Sure. Okay, are we ready?
Yes, sir.
can I ask how much time I have, Judge?
Yes, you have 41 minutes. Mr. Tracton has 18. Ms. Johnson has 44. Okay, Ms. Minnie, whenever you're ready. We're back on the record in the Broussard matter. Ms. Johnson, this is your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Broussard, with regard to the punishments we were talking about, amazingly electronics, how much time does your daughter spend on the phone on an average day?
Quite a bit,
And what about your son on electronics?
quite a bit.
And when you say quite a bit, what are you aware that he views on a daily basis or does on electronics on a daily basis?
No,
You don't know?
no.
Okay. Is the Xbox on a lot at home after he gets home from school?
It goes in spurts.
And what do you mean by that? Tell me what spurts are to you.
There'll be several weeks that he's in there daily, and then they'll since the Easter incident, he hasn't been out of his room.
And is the Xbox in the room with him?
No,
Okay. So does he have an iPad or anything other than a cell phone?
he has a computer and a cell phone.
And you know what he
Laptop.
does? Do you know what his
I do
access
not.
is to the outside world during that period of time?
No,
All right.
I don't
So
have access to that.
do you believe that your children are spending too much time on electronics?
Yes.
What is your attempt, if any, to stop that?
I tried to get them out of the house
And
by
do
taking
what?
them, by taking them out of the house and going places,
And doing what?
shopping or hanging out at the barn or
What are the children's chores? What does Riley do that is required by you?
prior to me filing for a divorce, they both had dishwasher duties.
What else?
Picking up after themselves.
And you qualified that by saying prior to the divorce being filed, what occurred afterwards?
Neither one of them have been doing the dishwasher or picking up after themselves.
And have you and Mr. Broussard have y'all talked about this?
Yes.
And what was the response? What was the outcome of your discussions regarding this?
I would say I'm tired of picking up after the kids. They need to help pick up after themselves. And I would get no response from Mr. Broussard.
All right. So let me, just for clarification, when you went to Sparkle Reed for an appointment that was set for you and Caden, how did you take Caden with you?
I was not allowed to.
And what do you mean by that?
His father said he would be taking him.
So if you had a session just between you and Caden, Mr. Broussard is the one that took Caden to the session?
Yes,
What about Riley? When Riley and Mr. Broussard had a session together, who took Riley?
I did.
Why?
She didn't want to ride with her father. Actually, the first appointment he did show up to.
All right. What do you know what Mr. Broussard's, you talked to us about what your schedule is. What's Mr. Broussard's work schedule like?
He starts work at 7 and gets off at 4.
And home by when?
It used to be about 4:25.
And is it changed?
Yes,
What is it now?
4:45, 4:50.
And when the children get home from school, are you at home?
Yes.
Do they have snacks? Do you do anything with them?
Caden goes straight to his room.
No snacks? No. Does he help himself or just doesn't come out?
He helps himself.
And what about homework?
I do not help Caden. He's isolating himself.
Is his door locked or can you get in his room?
I believe in privacy. I will knock. And I will talk to him through the door, but I don't believe in picking the lock or opening the door.
And you said that Mr. Broussard has slept in the room with Caden since 2019. Do you all have no other place for him to stay in the house?
We do have an extra bedroom.
Is it too cluttered or is there a reason he can't stay there?
Yes. Yes.
What's there?
He has a very large model train collection.
Okay, so if this court ordered the two of you to be joint managing conservators, do you believe that would you be willing to communicate with Mr. Broussard regarding invasive medical decisions, which are your elective surgeries, with educational decisions, and with psychiatric and psychological decisions?
Yes.
Do you think the two of you could make agreements regarding that?
It's hard to say.
Would you be willing to try to learn to co-parent?
Yes.
Do you believe if you have exclusive rights or Mr. Broussard got exclusive rights on those issues that the two of you would ever learn to co-parent?
It's hard to say.
And you said you did most of the ARDs with the children. Do both of them have ARDs?
Yes.
And do you provide that information to Mr. Broussard?
The school usually contacts me, although he's on the contact list as well.
So I'm going to ask, do you discuss it with him?
Not lately.
When's the last time you discussed ARDs with him?
Elementary school.
And to your knowledge, has he ever asked you anything about the ARDs?
No.
And you said you were against the nesting proposal. Do you believe that expanded visitation would be any different than any different?
Not really.
Do you have anything that you can tell this court on how you would try to make the two of you learn to co-parent for these children's sake?
I have been trying to co-parent with Mr. Broussard. I've been trying to get him to understand that he needs to help me help the children want to have a relationship with me as I do help the children want to have a relationship with him.
Do you believe that will ever change?
No.
Do you believe that therapy with Sparkle have helped?
I do.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Tebow?
Thank you,
Any
Judge.
further from this witness?
Yes. Even though it sounds like you're not co-parenting at this time, have you been making attempts to talk to Mr. Broussard about co-parenting since you filed the divorce?
Yes.
And I know you said that you didn't see any difference between nesting and expanded possession and access. But do you understand that the nesting, you would be out of the house for one solid week at a time and in the house for one solid week at a time?
Objection leading, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay, and do you understand that expanded would provide Mr. Broussard from Thursday until Monday at school on first, third, and fifth weekends?
I understand that now.
Okay, so now that you understand that, do you see a difference in nesting and expanded possession by Mr. Broussard?
Yes.
What difference do you see?
That there would be more breaks more often.
And do you see any difference in the contact each parent would have with the children?
Yes.
Even, it sounds like it's been very difficult to discuss things with Mr. Broussard. Would working through an app, like a parenting app, like App Close, help? Do you think that would help the situation?
Possibly. Yes.
Okay. When you say Mr. Broussard has you have a 4-bedroom house?
Yes.
How many bedrooms in your home?
4.
Okay. And you said one of those rooms is taken up by Mr. Broussard's model train collection. Could you please describe that model train collection to the court? What does it look like in that room?
There's several racks, like the silver, what do you call them? Industrial racks. And it's stacked floor to ceiling with the little boxes of model trains.
Does Mr. Broussard ever use those model trains?
No.
Could those in your opinion, could those model trains have been moved to another location and Mr. Broussard could have taken his own room in 2019?
Objection, Your Honor, is a speculation as to what could have been done.
Overruled.
Okay. Did Mr. Broussard ever suggest to you that he could remove those model trains from the room and he would not need to cohabitate with his teenage son?
Objection leading question.
I'm sorry, Judge, did you rule?
Y'all didn't hear me. It's sustained is deleting.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna allow leading when you're, because I've got
Okay.
y'all on time limit as far as requested relief, but when you're talking about big aspects of the case, please don't lead your witness.
Yes, sir. So did you ever talk to Mr. Broussard about trying to remove those trains from that room so he could have that room for his own?
Objection is to leading again, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you ever talk to Mr. Broussard about that room?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
That he should be sleeping in there.
And what did Mr. Broussard say to you, if anything?
Do we have a timeline, Your Honor?
Overruled. We're talking about since 2019 when he started living in that room.
Yes.
I'm sorry, the question?
Since 2019, when Mr. Broussard moved into your son's room, oh God, I even forgot myself. You asked, what did you say? Did you say anything to him about that train room?
Yes, yes.
What did you say to him?
That he should be sleeping in the extra bedroom.
And what did Mr. Broussard say to you?
He wasn't taking the trains out of the room.
Did you approach him at any other time about removing the trains from the room?
No,
Why not?
because he's not the easiest person to work with.
Okay. How many trips a year do you, on average, do you take with your girlfriends?
About 2.
And could you please tell the court who you go with on one trip and who you go with on the other trip?
So one trip is usually a group of girls from high school that we've kept in contact with. And the other group is ladies of the church, and we go like on a church retreat type.
Okay. And are those, how long are those retreats, are those trips on average?
A weekend.
Okay. And does Mr. Broussard go on trips out of the house ever?
Objection
Camping.
to the time frame you're on, ever.
Staying.
Okay. Since 2 years before the divorce and now, has Mr. Broussard ever gone on trips outside of the home?
Yes.
I don't have a connection if anybody hears me.
And what do you, okay, well, I can hear
We
you.
can hear you.
Mrs. Broussard, can you hear me?
Mhm.
Okay.
I'm
Do
sorry,
you
I
have,
did not hear the
if you
response.
know, what does Mr. Broussard do when he takes those trips out of the home? I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Hold on a second. Mr. Trackner, are you able to hear everything?
I
Ugh.
did not hear the question before this last one about the trip out of the home.
Right. So
she
it was the
asked
same.
She asked if he'd taken a trip outside the home in the last 2 years, and she said yes.
Okay. And how many trips does he usually average in the last 2 years per year?
5 to 6 trips.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Has Mr. Broussard ever taken the children's electronics away from them for longer than a week?
Objection is a time frame, Your Honor.
These are all questions from 2 years before until now, Mr. Tracton. I'm not, if I change it, I'll let you know.
Your Honor, I didn't know I had to have a running date on those timelines, but
All right, so
Yeah. So,
just saying, this is the last 2 years, Ms. Broussard.
Yeah, yes.
okay. And I forgot my question. Could I please have my question read back to me?
Has he ever taken the children's electronics away from the children more than a week, I think?
Thank you, Judge. And if you know, Mrs. Broussard, since 2 years before the divorce until now, how long has been, if it's been more than a week?
At one time, he took Caden's laptop away from him for 3 months.
Okay, was that the longest one?
I believe so.
Okay. Did Mr. Broussard discuss that punishment with you before he did it?
No.
Why did you wait from the time Mr. Broussard moved out of the bedroom in 2019 until you filed divorce in June of 2020?
We were in marriage counseling.
Okay. All right. Are you a Pampered Chef salesperson?
No.
Did you ever receive any money from Pampered Chef for having a party?
No,
With your Mary Kay, do you receive, are you having parties?
no.
How are you selling these Mary Kay products?
I have about 4 established customers.
And are those the only 4 customers that you sell to?
Yes,
Okay, and do you ever reach out to them to sell things?
no,
So, have you ever seen Mr. Broussard? Well, let me ask you this. You said that Mr. Broussard walks away when there's a conflict.
yes,
Has Mr. Broussard ever come back to you after that conflict and walk a cooling off period after he's walked away to discuss what the issues are?
no,
Have you ever seen him after walking away from Riley to come back to her and discuss what the issues are?
no,
Because since 2019, I'm sorry, since the 2 years before you filed the divorce until now, has Mr. Broussard ever supported you or stood up for you in a conflict with Caden?
no,
Have you ever stood up in the same time period? Have you ever stood up for Mr. Broussard in a conflict with Riley?
yes.
Could you please tell the court an example of that?
I have told her to stop calling him Miguel. And I have told her to stop using profanity with him. And I have told her that she needs to respect him because he is her father.
Is there anything else you'd encourage Riley to do with regards to improving her relationship with her father?
Yes, at her pig show, she was reluctant to invite him to the pig show. And she told me she was not going to invite him.
Action hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Yeah. Just, Mrs. Broussard, just tell us what you did.
I told Riley that there is 2 people allowed to watch her show the pig and she needs to invite her father.
Okay. Regarding your in-laws, how long would you say your relationship with them has been strained?
Maybe since the kids were born.
Okay. What has between the 2 years before the divorce and now, what has Mr. Broussard done to facilitate improvement in that relationship with your in-laws?
Nothing.
Okay. What have you, since 2 years before the divorce until now, have they ever reached out to you to invite you to anything?
No. Even if Caden believes that he wants to sit on the porch at 6 o'clock in the morning. Well, first off, let me ask you this. The porch of the house that he sits on, do you know those people? No.
Are they friends of yours and Mr. Broussard's?
No.
Okay. Even if Caden wants to sit on the porch at 6 o'clock in the morning, and he's peaceful with that decision at 14 years old, do you think that that's appropriate for him to be doing?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
No.
I pass the witness, Judge.
Mr. Track, anything further from this witness?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Ma'am, do you have Respondents Exhibit 17 with you, in front of you?
Are you asking my client? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Or me?
Yes, I'm asking her.
I don't know. I think I sent them to her. Let me look. Let's see.
Your Honor, I can share it if you need me to.
Oh, I did send them to her because we talked about them. She has them.
I have a lot of emails. I did not print them out. All right. What number?
17.
Yes, sir.
Can you see the picture?
I can.
Do you recognize the picture?
I do.
Is that a place that is in your home?
Yes.
Is it accurate in what it shows?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer Respondents Exhibit number 17.
Any objection to R17?
Well, I object that he hasn't appropriately and adequately done the foundation. I mean, I don't know who took this picture. We don't know when it was taken. We don't know if it was changed.
Your Honor, that's not
Objection to
the...
R17 is overruled. R17 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, ma'am, in R17, is that what is that on the, well, let me rephrase that. Those are the trains on the racks you're talking about, correct?
That's part of them.
Okay, and well, it's half the room, correct?
No.
No, it's not. Okay, what is all the other stuff in that room?
Holiday stuff.
Whose holiday?
The families.
Okay, is that some of your, I mean, that's not his train stuff though, right?
No.
Okay, you said he could move in there, but where would he put that stuff?
In his closet that he's currently using.
You said he's in a closet?
His current closet in the master bedroom.
Oh, in the bedroom you're using?
Yes.
Okay. Would you be so kind as to go to let me back up. On the 17, that 17, that messy area there, is that part of your stuff that you put there?
It's all of ours.
Objection non-responsive. Ma'am, is it stuff
Yes.
you put there?
Yes.
And it's messy like that normally?
Yes.
Okay. Can you go to is this her area?
Where she goes that.
Okay. Can you go to R15 for me, please, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. Can you look at that and tell me if you're, are you familiar with that picture? What's in the picture?
Yes.
Is that an accurate depiction of what it is?
Not right now. No.
And is this you said it's not accurate as to where it is, that you're not familiar with that stuff around it?
I'm sitting there right now.
Oh, you're in there right now. So you
Yes.
had to clean it up for this picture?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Sustained.
Is the picture that we see here accurate as to when it was taken, to your knowledge?
Objection, Your Honor, she did not, he hasn't established she took the picture.
Your Honor, I didn't ask her that question.
Sustained.
I'm not aware of when the picture was taken.
Is this what the room normally looks like? in the picture?
No,
Objection. Time frame for normally and vague.
Overruled. But she's already answered it. She said no.
Does Riley keep her room clean?
no,
Has there been an occasion when Mr. Broussard cleaned it for her that you're familiar with?
no,
You're not? You don't remember when he did that? Okay.
no.
And have you tried to have her clean her room?
Yes,
And is it really, really messy?
yes,
Is she listening to you about cleaning her room?
no,
Pass witness.
Ms. Johnson,
I have no further questions of this witness.
Ms. Tebow,
Yes, Judge. Mrs. Broussard, would you tell the court what condition your house is in?
it's currently in a mess.
And who in the home helps you clean the house?
Objection, Your Honor. There's no testimony about her cleaning the house at all.
overruled.
I'm sorry, Judge?
I'm overruling that objection. She may answer.
Thank you, Judge.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. Well, let me ask you this. Do you clean the house?
Yes,
And does anyone else in the house, as a general rule, help you clean the house?
not on a daily basis, no.
And is Mr. Broussard, he's still living in the house, correct?
Yes,
Does he ever clean the environs of the house outside of the bedroom he's living in?
no.
Would you please describe the condition of Mr. Broussard's garage to the court?
Full.
By full, what do you mean?
You can't walk in it.
Okay, I pass the witness.
No questions, Your Honor.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
I am through this witness except for rebuttal, Judge.
All right, Ms. Tebow, you have 26 minutes. Mr. Tracton, you have 11. Ms. Johnson, you have 34.
I'm
Ms.
sorry,
Tebow,
how
you
many
may call your next
do
witness.
we have, Judge?
You have 26.
Okay, how many does everybody else have?
Mr. Tracton has 11 and Ms. Johnson has 34. I've given you all a little extra time because of these problems we're having with Zoom.
Thank you, Judge. That's very kind. I would like to call Debbie Heck, please.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Would you please state your name for the court?
Ms. Heck, you'll need to unmute.
Sorry, I didn't hear if that was me or not. Debbie Heck.
And how do you know the parties that were here today, Mrs. Broussard?
Tina and I have been friends for about 15 years.
And how do you know Mr. Broussard?
Through Tina and Mike's marriage. He was a friend also.
Okay. Have you seen Mrs. Broussard with the children, Riley and Caden?
Objection is the time frame, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Yes.
In the last 3 years, how would you describe? Well, let me say this. Prior to June of 2020, 2 years back, how would you describe the relationship between Riley and her mother?
Good.
Okay.
Your Honor, can I take this witness on voir dire real quick?
You may.
Mrs. Heck, do you live in Texas?
I do now, yes.
You do now, as in when?
No, October of 2020.
Okay, and the dates that are being referred to, were you in Texas at that time?
No,
Did you get, were you present around these parties at that time?
at times I was.
About the time that's being referred to by the council? When you
I
lived
have-
in the state?
I did live out of state, yes, but I would travel back to Richmond multiple times a year, and I would see Tina and the kids.
You wouldn't see Mr. Broussard, the kids?
Not together, no.
I'm done my
All right, Ms. Tebow, you may continue.
Right. How would you describe the relationship between, prior to the filing of the divorce, how would you describe the relationship between Mrs. Broussard and Riley?
Very strong.
Okay. And how would you just, same time period, how would you describe the relationship between Mrs. Broussard and Caden?
Based on what I would hear, because I was not there.
objection
Caden-
here, say, Your Honor.
Okay. Without telling us anything that you would hear, in the last 2 years, have you seen, okay, prior to June 2020, have you seen Caden with his mother?
I have not.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Have you been on the religious retreats that Mrs. Broussard was on?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Overruled. I'll allow it.
Okay. How would you describe Mrs. Broussard's, how did Mrs. Broussard act on those retreats? Well, let me start. I don't know if you even heard me. Let me rephrase that. Do you have alcohol on those retreats?
On our women's retreats at the church,
Yes.
There would-
Wine?
there would be wine, yes.
Okay. How would you describe Mrs. Broussard's use of or intake of wine on those retreats?
Very minimal, like everyone else. A glass, maybe two.
Okay. Have you, in your relationship with Mrs. Broussard, in the last 2 years or the last 3 years, have you ever seen her drive while she was under the influence of alcohol?
No.
Have you ever seen her? Okay, well, that's the last question. I pass the witness.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you,
Okay.
Ms. Heck. I know it's been a long day, but thank you for appearing today. I appreciate your testimony.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heck.
Thank
All right,
you.
Ms. Tebow, you may call your next witness.
Yes, I call Dorothy Lyons.
Ms. Lyons, if you would please unmute for me, and you're about to be called as a witness. All right, Ms. Tebow, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Lyons, would you please state your full name for the court?
Dorothy M. Lyons.
And how do you know Mrs. Broussard?
I have known Ms. Broussard for 17 plus years because we attend church together.
Okay.
Okay, and how do you know Mr. Broussard?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and how do you know Mr. Broussard?
For the same reason, I've known him about the same length of time because he attends the
Objection
same
after
church.
timeline, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, what was the objection?
Objection after, non-responsive after the time.
Sustained.
Okay, Mrs. Lyons, have you seen Mr. Broussard together with the children, Riley and Caden?
Only at church.
Okay, and have you seen Mrs. Broussard together with the children, Riley and Caden?
Yes, I have at church and away from church.
Okay, beginning about June 2018 till June 2020, how would you describe the relationship between Mrs. Broussard and the children?
I would say has been good. I believe there's some stress in there from them because they're going through some emotional things.
Okay, so since June 2020, when Mrs. Broussard filed for divorce, how would you say the relationship is between Mrs. Broussard and Riley?
They have I believe that it's a little bit strained, a little bit because of her things that are going through, she's going through at home. And also, but they're together a lot. Riley still comes to church since our church opened up.
Objection
back
not
up.
responsive at this point, Your Honor.
Overruled. You may continue, Ms. Lyons.
Thank you.
Okay, and what about the relationship between, since June 2020, with the relationship between Mrs. Broussard and Caden?
I have not seen any reaction or interaction with Ms. Broussard and Caden since that time because he no longer attends church.
She hasn't seen, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I'm sorry. What is the reason, if you know, why you have not seen any interaction between Mrs. Broussard and Caden since June 2020?
Because he has not attended church
Okay.
since we reopened.
Okay. Do you have personal knowledge of Mrs. Broussard and taking Riley to the barn for FFA?
Yes, I
Your
do.
Honor.
I'm going to allow it because y'all are on a tight time limit. I understand it's leading, but I'm going to allow it. You may continue,
Okay.
Miss.
Have you ever, since June 2020, have you ever observed any issue with Riley in the barn?
Objection is vague, Your Honor.
Overruled.
No, I have not.
Okay, all right, I passed the witness. Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry. Miss, have you ever seen Mrs. Send that time period between 2018, June 2018 and now, have you ever seen Mrs. Broussard drinking alcohol to excess?
No.
Have you observed Mr. Broussard drinking alcohol?
Not during this time.
Okay.
I have in the past.
Objection, Your Honor, at that point, after she said not at
Okay.
this time.
All right, I passed the witness.
Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, Ms. Lyons,
Yes.
have you brought bottles of wine or any occasions brought wine delivered to the house of for Miss Broussard?
I did. We had within our neighborhood, we had, during the pandemic, we had a group of ladies that we put baskets together, and I delivered a basket with one bottle of wine in it and some other items such as
Objection
banana bread.
responsive after the bottle of wine, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And this is something that your little group would all bring bottles of wine to each other, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so it wasn't just you delivering it to Mrs. Broussard, you were delivering wine to the other girls of your group too, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that each of you were getting wine from all the girls of the group, would that be correct?
Not necessarily. Some of the people within the group did not care to have any alcohol.
Okay, though Mrs. Broussard, though, she did desire that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she was a recipient of not just your wine, but other women's wine from your group that were doing that, correct?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. You may
I
answer
have no knowledge of her receiving wine from anyone else except myself.
But was the objective of this delivery system for people to exchange wine with each other that are part of the drinkers of wine?
It was an objective to deliver baskets of things, whether it be candles, which did include wine sometimes, depending on each one, but there were other things besides. The focus was not all on wine.
Okay. Pass the witness. Oh, a couple more. I'm sorry, real quick. Your observations, you did not see Mr. Broussard at church. Is that an accurate or not accurate statement?
I have seen Mr. Broussard at church, but I have not seen him since January when we
Objection
reopened.
unresponsive, Your Honor. And have you seen, when you've seen Mr. Broussard, have you seen him with the children present?
Not recently.
My question was, were they present when you saw Mr. Broussard?
Objection, Your Honor, time frame.
Sustained.
When was the last time you saw Mr. Broussard at church?
Objection, Your Honor, time frame.
Overruled.
I have not seen Mr. Broussard at church since we reopened in, I believe it was October that we reopened at Calvary, and I have not seen him at church since then.
So before October, you saw him at church?
Not during the pandemic. I did when before the pandemic,
Okay,
back
thank you.
in
That's
2019.
responsive. Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Johnson,
No questions, Judge.
anything?
I
All
have
right,
two questions.
Any redirect? Okay,
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
have about two questions. Ms. Lyons, prior to the pandemic, well, let's see, since June 2020, and let me see how to ask this. Prior to June 2020 and the pandemic 2 years back, did you see Mr. Broussard at church?
Yes, from time to time I did.
Was he a regular attender every Sunday?
Maybe not every Sunday, but I saw him frequently.
Okay. And did he participate in activities with the children at church?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And after that, she filed for divorce in June 2020, that was during the pandemic, but from the time that October 2020, you have not seen him. Is that true?
That is true.
Okay. And when you had this little group that you were delivering baskets to each other, what was the primary purpose?
To let people know that we were thinking of them, even though we could not see them in person. We were thinking about them. And when I delivered the basket to the Broussard's home, I actually handed it to Mr. Broussard. Mrs. Broussard was not there.
Okay. And was the basket only for Mrs. Broussard, or was it for Mr. and Mrs. Broussard and the family?
Things could have been used for the
Leading,
family also.
Overruled. You may, Ms. Lyons, I didn't hear your answer.
I'm
What was
sorry.
your answer?
I said there were items in the basket that could have been used by every member of the family.
Were you directing that bottle of wine at Mrs. Broussard?
No.
I pass the witness.
No questions.
Acting, anything further?
No, Your
No
Honor.
questions.
Johnson?
No
All right,
questions.
No
thank you.
questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons, for coming in. I appreciate your patience today. I'm glad you got to testify. You're
Thank you,
excused.
sir.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Tebow, you may call your next witness. You have
My next
16
witness is Nicole Cornwell.
Ms. Cornwell, I'm going to need you to get on the video if you can. You're being called as a witness, and unmute for me.
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Tebow, you may proceed.
Thank you. Would you please state your name for the court?
Yes, it's Nicole Cherie Cornwell.
And how do you know Mrs. Broussard?
We attend church together, and she's a friend of mine.
And how do you know Mr. Broussard?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know him?
Through church.
And do you know the children, Riley and Caden?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know them?
They were both in my EYC, which is our youth group. But I've also known them for several years, just
Okay.
through the church.
Okay. And so did both Riley and Caden attend EYC?
Yes.
Okay. From about June 2019 until June 2018 to June 2020, did both Caden and Riley attend EYC?
Riley did. Caden, I cannot remember when Caden started to attend.
Did he attend at some time in that period?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have EYC? What does EYC stand for?
It's the Episcopal Youth
Okay. And
Corporation, sorry.
okay, Episcopal Youth what?
I honestly can't remember what the C stands
Okay.
for. I apologize.
It's okay. But it's a youth group for children in the Episcopal Church.
Yes.
Okay. So when the pandemic started, did you continue EYC in any way?
Yes.
How did you?
Via Zoom.
And did Riley continue to participate through Zoom?
No.
Okay. And did Caden participate through Zoom?
No.
And since the church, when did the church open back up for real people?
I believe it was October of 2020.
And did you open up EYC at that time?
Not immediately after. No, it would have been, I believe, in November that we started.
Okay. Did Riley begin attending EYC again?
No, she's come a few times, but not regularly.
Has Caden come at all?
Overall.
I'm sorry?
Has Caden attended EYC since it reopened?
No.
In your observations of Riley, have you seen a change in her demeanor since June of 2020?
Yes.
How would you
Your Honor,
describe that?
Can we have a time frame of when she last saw Riley? Because I thought we haven't seen Riley.
No, she said that.
If you can clean that up, please, Ms. Tebow.
Yes. Okay, so you have Miss Cornwell. Have you seen Riley since June of 2020?
Yes.
Okay, and you saw Riley prior to June of 2020, or no?
Yes.
Since June of 2020, have you noticed any? How would you describe any changes in Riley's demeanor, if any?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what party's not hearing.
Are you not hearing, Mr. Track? We're hearing you in the background. Are you not hearing? Is that what you're saying? Mr. Trackton, can you hear the witness?
I couldn't hear that last number of brief questions. There's only a couple.
I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to your client. I heard a little background noise, but it didn't sound like an objection. So I'm sorry. I didn't recognize you couldn't hear.
That's why I didn't know. I was trying to say I couldn't hear.
She was asking if she's seen Riley since June of 2020. She said yes. Did you see her before June of 2020? She said yes. And then I think that's kind of where we were.
Right. I was asking Ms. Cornwell if she noticed any changes in Riley's demeanor before June of 2020 and after June of 2020.
Yes.
Could you please describe those changes to the court? Just what you observed.
What I have observed, Riley was prior to June of 2020. I'll say that. She was open and she would participate in the youth group, and she was excitable, and she would talk a lot and just share with our group. After June 2020, she has become, what I have observed, more reserved and less involved in the youth group. She does not open up like she used to, and she has become more quiet and just seeming depressed.
Have you ever seen Mrs. Broussard with Riley?
Yes.
How would you describe the relationship that you've observed between Mrs. Broussard and Riley?
Can I have a timeline for that, Your Honor?
Justine.
Since 2 years before June of 2018, have you observed Mrs. Broussard with Riley?
Your Honor,
Yes.
for the relevancy portion of this, since we're really looking at, I think, a shorter time frame than 3 years.
Overall, you can answer that question, Ms. Cornwell.
I think she said
Yes.
yes, she has. How would you describe the relationship between Mrs. Broussard and Riley?
When,
They are very close. I'm sorry?
when she's referring to, Your Honor.
It was over the last 3 years. How would you characterize the relationship between Riley and her mom?
Okay.
You may answer that, Ms. Cornwell.
Thank you. They are very close. They have a very just open and honest relationship with each other, and it's a very loving relationship.
Have you noticed any change in that relationship since June of 2020 till now?
No.
Prior to June of 2020 and up till like the same time period, June of 2018 until now, have you had a chance to observe Mrs. Broussard with Caden?
On occasion, yes.
And do you have during that time, prior to June of 2020, how would you describe, if you can, Mrs. Broussard's relationship with Caden?
They seemed close, and again, loving, and they would joke around with each other.
Mrs. Broussard with Caden since June of 2020?
I cannot say that I have.
Okay, I pass the witness.
Mr. Tracton, any questions of this witness?
Ms. Cornwell, when did the church close down?
I believe at the beginning of the pandemic, so I would say March of 2020.
Okay, and then in October, from March till October of 2020, did you see either child?
Yes.
Was it, where did you see the children at?
I saw Riley on occasion. I couldn't really tell you where exactly.
So from the beginning of the pandemic, which would be March or February timeline, is that what you're referring to, the church closing?
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. From the beginning of the year 2020, the times you saw the children was very limited. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you were seeing the children, were they in activities with their parents?
They would have been with Tina, yes.
Okay. And what was the reasons you saw the children when they were with Tina?
Again, it was just social, if I would have seen them out and about.
Okay, nothing.
And I would also see, I apologize, Riley and Caden out walking.
With or without their parents?
Without, just around the neighborhood.
There was no you didn't have an opportunity since the beginning of 2020 to see interaction between Tina and the kids?
Are you referring to when the pandemic started?
Yes.
To when our church opened back up?
No, from when the pandemic started, because you said you didn't see him in church because there was no Zoom.
Well, we had Zooms for the EYC, for the youth group.
Were the children on the Zooms?
Caden was not. I believe that Riley was on at least one.
Okay. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Johnson, anything from this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Cornwell. I know it was a long day, but I appreciate you testifying and hanging in there with us. All right,
Yeah.
Ms. Tebow, you may call your next witness.
Yes, I call Chris Blaschke.
All right, sir, if you would please unmute.
Okay.
I'm sorry you had to
Thank
wait
you,
so
Ms. Tebow.
long,
You may
Mr.
proceed.
Blaschke.
So am I.
Oh, so would you please describe your relationship to Mrs. Broussard?
She's my sister.
Okay, and your relationship to Mr. Broussard?
He's my brother-in-law.
Okay, and since Mrs. Broussard has filed for divorce in June of 2020. Have you seen Caden?
I've seen him in the parking lot of the counselors.
Okay,
Once.
did you try to speak to him or anything like that?
I waved to him, but he ignored me. I take
Are
that
you
back.
sure?
I
Go
also
ahead.
saw him in our driveway one time. Tina came over here and they parked in the driveway. And she came in and brought me something, and he was sitting in the car.
And when you saw him, you said you attempted to make contact with him?
Well, I just waved at him. I was sitting in my truck.
And did he see you?
I believe he did.
Objection, speculation, yeah.
Abstain.
Did you make eye contact with him, Mr. Broussard, Mr. Blaschke?
I believe I did. I thought
And
he saw.
I'm sorry.
I said I thought he saw me. But,
And did he give any indication that he was did he wave to you or do anything in response to your wave?
Objection, leading, Your Honor.
Overruled.
no, he
You may
didn't.
answer that.
What did you say?
Was I supposed to answer that?
Yes.
Okay. No, he did.
Okay. And since the divorce was initiated in June of 2020, have you attempted to well, let me ask you this. Do you have any special relationship with the children, religious or otherwise?
Well, I'm their godparent.
And who else is their god? Is someone else their godmother?
I believe Rachel Broussard is.
And who is Rachel Broussard?
Mike's sister.
Since the divorce has been initiated, have you made any attempt? Have you done anything to talk to anybody about the children other than your sister?
I'm going to object to the question as overly broad and vague and.
Sustain.
Okay. Mr. Do you recall a time when you texted Rachel Broussard since the divorce has been initiated?
Yes, one time I texted her and asked her what we could do to protect the children or something.
And without telling us anything she may have said, did she answer you?
No.
Okay, I pass the witness.
Tracton?
No questions.
Ms. Johnson?
No questions.
All right, thank you, sir, for hanging in there and coming in and testifying for us. I appreciate it. You're excused.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Tebow, you have 4 minutes. So would you like to call another witness?
No. No, I'm done,
Yes,
Judge.
sir.
I rest except for if I have rebuttal and a cross.
Okay, Mr. Tracton, you have 6 minutes. You may call your first witness.
Would you state your name for the court, please? Oh, I'm calling Mr. Broussard. Would you state your name for the court, please?
Michael Wayne Broussard.
And Mr. Broussard, you're married to Tina Broussard?
Tina Blaschke Broussard.
Okay. Let me ask the question before you answer them, okay? Okay. And you're here regarding your divorce matter, correct?
Yes.
And you're asking for temporary orders also, is that correct?
Yes.
And your temporary orders, in regards to the children, are you asking to be appointed joint managing conservator with Tina?
Yes.
And are you also asking that you be given certain rights to make decisions for the kids primarily?
Yes.
Are you willing to work with or not work with Tina on making those decisions for the children?
Yes.
It's a question
With.
of which one?
With.
Okay. And you've heard a lot of testimony today in regards to your relationship with Riley. How would you describe your relationship with Riley?
Not good.
Is it improving or not improving?
It has improved.
Is it improving?
Yes.
Thank you. And are you asking to be able to be remaining in the marital home.
Yes.
And is the marital home have special significance to you?
Yes.
What is that? What is it that is significant to you about the marital home?
Staying present.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
I'll rephrase the question.
Staying present.
Do you take care of the marital home?
Yes.
What do you do in the marital home?
Maintain everything outside. Take care of doing the sweeping, vacuuming all the bathrooms.
Okay. You do chores?
Yes.
Okay. How would you describe your relationship with Caden?
Father, son.
Is that good or bad?
Good.
Okay. What's your work? What time do you leave for work in the morning?
Leave.
What time do you leave the house for work in the morning?
6:15, 6:20.
Okay. Does anybody go with you?
Yes, Caden.
Okay. You've heard a lot of testimony about 6 o'clock in the morning. Do you take Caden to? What time do you take Caden? Rephrase that. What time is Caden out of the house? In the mornings for school.
6:15.
Okay. Where does he stay?
Front porch. At the bus stop.
Okay. How far is that from your house?
Approximately half a mile.
You know,
And
I didn't
is he-
hear what he said
Do
after
you
front
drive him
porch.
to his spot, or is he?
Hold on, he said front porch at the bus stop.
Okay.
And do you know the people that have the house? Do you know the people that he stays at the porch on?
I've met them twice.
And do you know if they're? To your personal knowledge, is your son allowed to stay on their porch?
Yes.
Okay. Is there light and is it a visible area for the porch?
Yes.
If you had a choice, would you rather your son go or not go to the porch at that hour?
Go.
Does he do something productive at that time?
Objection, Your Honor. That would be hearsay and he couldn't know.
Speculation.
Do you know what he does at all?
Sustained.
No.
Okay, that's a good answer. Objection, not responsive after that. Are you asking to be the person that makes the decisions regarding your child's medical, dental, psychiatric, psychological, and education primarily?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think you're able to make those decisions for your children?
Yes.
Okay. Your wife is a teacher?
Yes.
Do you know what she teaches?
5th grade.
Okay. And so when it was stated that the children, did you hear the testimony about the children being helped during their younger years through elementary school?
Yes.
And do you have a reason that she might be better at that than you?
No.
For that age?
No.
Okay. Do you help your children now?
Yes.
And what do you help them with in school-wise?
Any subject that I'm asked.
Okay. And how's Caden's grades?
A's and B's except for one at C.
Okay. And has his grades been the same or similar since June of 2020?
Yes.
Does Caden approach you or not approach you to help him with homework?
Yes.
No. Does he do one or the other?
Yes. He has approached me.
Okay. Do you help him with homework when he needs it?
Yes.
Okay. Have you watched or observed him ask for help from anyone other than you?
I have not observed.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. Time frame.
Sustained.
He said he had not observed, Your Honor.
Right, but she was asking for a time frame. If he hasn't ever observed, then that.
Okay.
So I'm fine.
I'll
Ms.
rephrase.
Johnson, hold on, Ms. Johnson, you've got time. Do you want to give each side? It's only fair if you give each side. But you want to give each side like 5 minutes or 7 minutes of your time?
Yes, Your Honor, it just prevents me from doing their cases.
I'm sorry?
It just prevents me from having to
Okay.
do their cases.
Okay, why don't we, Mr. Tracton, you're going to get an additional 7 minutes. Ms. Tebow, you're getting an additional 7 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Are you asking that you be awarded the house primarily?
Yes.
Okay, and are you able to take care of the children and get them where they need to be or not? Or you understand the question
Yes.
or not? Okay.
Yes.
And You, in regards to the house, you have some special honors that you have earned in that house. Is that correct?
Yes.
What is it?
Christmas awards.
What is the Christmas award?
For my Christmas decorations. I'm in the Hall of Fame for Pecan Grove.
Okay, and what does the Hall of Fame mean on Christmas decorations?
Every year people come by to look at my display.
Okay.
And I have earned it after winning 4 consecutive awards.
So you're on the Hall of Fame as far as one of the big winners now, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in regards to the FFA, have you been in FFA in your life?
Yes.
What were you?
Objection, Your Honor, time frame.
His life.
Overruled.
Okay. What was your involvement in FFA?
Raised rabbits, was a dairy judge and livestock judge.
Okay. And in your
Objection, Your Honor, time frame.
Overruled.
in regards to Riley, have you?
I'm sorry, Judge, I didn't hear, I've been objecting because if he's talking about things that happened, prior to 2018, he raised rabbits in FFA, I'm objecting to the time frame. Did you sustain or did you?
Overruled the objection.
Okay.
Overruled. You may continue, Mr. Tracker.
Okay. And have you been helping Riley with any FFA of her projects?
Yes.
And when you were helping Riley, have you invited yourself or did she ask you to help her?
She did.
Okay. And in the past, when you dealt with Riley, have you had difficulty in communicating with her?
Yes.
Since June 2020, I'm using that timeline.
Yes.
For counsel's purposes. When you and Riley have a problem together, if she's getting upset at you, how do you deal with that? What do you do if she's arguing with you or cursing at you?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Overruled.
Why do you walk away?
He's asking how you deal with conflict with your daughter.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
The question on the floor is how he deals with conflict with his daughter, and I want to hear the answer to that. So don't ask another question. Let's let him answer that. I overruled Ms. Tebow's objection. You may answer that, sir.
I try to set an example, depending upon what it is, whether it's cleaning her room, but once she raises her voice and starts cussing, I let her cool down.
Do you find that to be effective in working with her on that? By walking away?
Yes and no. I mean, I try to come back to it, but then I'm now to the point where she don't even really want me in her room.
Has that changed recently?
No.
In regards to her room, did you ever clean it and have her respond in a negative way?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, time frame.
Since June 2020, has your daughter?
I think all these questions are June 2020, just so we don't get time frame objections. If you change that time frame, let counsel and me know. You may continue.
Your Honor. Since have you cleaned Riley's room since June 2020?
Yes.
And before you cleaned it, did you have any interaction with her about her cleaning it?
Yes.
Was it positive or negative? I'll clarify that. Did she tell you she's cleaning it or not cleaning it?
She responded with, "I'll get to it."
Okay. And did you take care of it? Cleaning it?
After the 6th time asking, yes.
Okay. And after you cleaned it, what happened?
Got cussed at?
Is it clean today?
No.
Have you found that has Tina been present when Riley has been acting poorly to you?
Yes.
And did Tina assist in any way to help diffuse the situation at the time Riley was upset at you?
Yes.
And what did she do?
Told her that you're not to be cussing at your dad.
And was that on each occasion or just a singular one?
A singular.
And when was that?
I'm going to estimate August, September 2020.
Okay, not anytime in 2021?
No.
Okay. Had Tina stood by or supported you when Riley's act poorly to you in the year 2021?
She has corrected her.
How recently?
Past couple of weeks.
Prior to that, had she? In the year 2021.
Hit or miss.
Okay. Your daughter is. Do you believe that you can work with your daughter and your son together?
Yes.
Are you agreeable or not agreeable to working with Tina in trying to build this relationship with the kids for each of you?
Yes.
Is there methods that you think that would be that you are aware of that would be helpful to help the communication between Caden and his mom?
Yes.
And would that require you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that would be in the best interest of your children?
Yes.
Do you think it would be in the best interest of your children for you you've heard this nesting arrangement? Are you familiar with it?
Yes.
If you nest, if you know the answer, where do you think Tina could stay on her weeks not being there?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Overruled. If you have an opinion, sir, you can give me.
Her brother Chris's.
Okay, and you've been in his house before?
Yes.
Do you have personal knowledge of where she could stay in that house?
Yes.
Okay. And so is it easier for you and or Tina to be moving back and forth in houses versus the children being relocated to new places? One of you will have.
Yes.
Which? It's an either or.
Easier for the adults to move versus the children.
Okay. And
All right, thank you, Mr. Paxton. Hold on, that's your time is up. Ms. Tebow, any questions of this witness? You have 7 minutes. I'm sorry, you have
all right.
9 minutes.
So Mr. Broussard, you don't know whether or not Mrs. Broussard's brother would allow her to live there, do you?
I do not.
Okay, let's see. Do you think that it's an appropriate disciplinary procedure to eventually clean your child's room and give in to her?
Repeat the question.
Well, you said you were trying to get your child to clean her room, correct?
That is correct.
How do you think that you cleaning her room is helps her learn to clean her own room?
I asked her nicely 6 times, and I was ready to start cleaning and vacuuming.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Did you have some other answer, Mr. Broussard, or no?
No, that's it.
Okay, all right. Let's see. When did you raise rabbits in FFA?
Through high school, that's gonna be 1984 through 1987.
Okay, and have you been part of the FFA program since Riley started raising pigs 2 years ago?
Yes. Riley's teacher, his dad was
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Sustained after yes.
Yes.
What have you done to be involved in Riley's, let me state it this way, what did you initiate yourself to be involved in Riley's FFA program in the last 2 years?
I've gone to help her. I've taken her to the barn. I've helped do clean outs.
Okay, but did you offer to do those, or did Riley or her mother ask you to do those?
Riley has asked me.
Okay. How many times do you think you've been to the barn in the last 2 years?
I'm gonna probably say last 2 years. I mean, I'm just gonna talk. I really don't know.
Okay. Let's see. What do you think? When Mrs. Broussard asked you to take the 2 children to her family's home for Easter this year, did you respond to her?
Yes,
How?
verbally.
And what did you tell her?
That I have asked Caden nicely to respect his mom and he needs to go.
And when he didn't respect his mom and he didn't go, what did you do?
I was not home when they left.
Non-responsive, objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Mr. Broussard, Mrs. Broussard has testified that she asked you 2 weeks ahead of time by email. Did you respond to her email?
No,
Okay. And then she asked you again a week before by email. Did you respond to that email?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. The term asked is not referencing what was asked. That might be responded to other than notice.
Okay, when she asked you about the kids going with her in the second email about a week later, did you respond to that email?
Objection, Your Honor, as to the email would speak for itself.
Overruled. I'm gonna allow it.
Okay. Did you respond to that email, Mr. Broussard?
verbally, I said, I've asked Caden again.
So are you telling me that you have no control over your 14-year-old child, that he is the one who makes the decisions?
No.
Well, what did you do to, exert your parental control over Caden and facilitate him going to Easter with his mother and his sister?
They left for Johnson City when I was not at home.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Mr. Broussard, what did you do? You had 2 weeks prior to them leaving to work with Caden. What did you do to facilitate your child going with his mother and for Easter? What did you do?
Objection. It's argumentative at this point, Your Honor.
Overruled. I want to make sure, I heard his prior testimony, but I make sure that was all he did was just encourage him to go. Was there anything else you did, Mr. Broussard?
No, sir, that was it.
Have you told Caden that since he's 14, he gets to make his own decisions?
I have not.
Have you heard Caden say that?
I have heard Caden say that.
And what did you do to discipline, not discipline, but work with Caden to say, no, you're not 14, you're 14, you cannot make your own decisions, we're the parents?
Again, I've urged him that he's got to start respecting his mom, and she is his mom and I'm his dad. We're the ones that make the decisions.
Okay, well, you heard the testimony from both well, never mind. What did you do to discipline him when he didn't follow your urging?
Again, I've encouraged Caden to go do stuff with her.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Sustained.
What did you do to discipline him when he didn't follow your urging, your parental guidance, Mr. Broussard?
I did not ground him.
Do you think it's important that you discipline your children when they act out?
Yes.
When I pass the witness, Judge.
Ms. Johnson, if you can, you've got the remainder of the time, and it's your witness. I'll tell you when you're out of time.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Broussard, your parents live close by, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And how often during the week do you go over to your parents' house?
Once or twice.
And your dad is kind of not in very good health, and do you just check up on him?
Yes, ma'am.
And does either of the children go with you?
The only time on Thursdays I pick Caden up after school and we go do our weekly grocery shopping, and I'll check in with mom and dad, see if they need any assistance with anything.
And does Caden do any chores at the home?
At our home,
Yes.
he has unloaded the dishwasher. He and I garden together. We've planted the garden. We do stuff out in the yard.
And is that since June of 2020?
It's way prior to that.
And do you take him to your parents' home when you go there?
Again, on Thursdays, if mom and dad need something done, periodically on Saturday or Sunday, if mom texts me and says she needs something, and I'm going to be in town, I'll run by there.
Does he do chores for them?
He has.
Okay. And do they pay him for the chores?
He has gotten paid.
And is that a regular occurrence or just occasional?
Occasional.
And what about Riley? When you take Caden over there, do you take Riley?
I've offered, but she's in with
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Overruled. I think he's answering. You've offered, and what was the answer?
Typically on the weekends, Riley's asleep till 1 or 2 o'clock, and when I leave the house, it's 9:30, 10 o'clock. So I'm not the one to go wake my daughter up and say, "Hey, are you going with us?" Because she stays up till 2 or 3 in the mornings.
So what do you think that you could do different to make sure that Caden has a good relationship with his mother that you haven't already done?
Start enforcing and grounding.
And why you've been in counseling since, or the children have been in counseling and you've participated since September of last year, is that correct?
Yes.
And hasn't that been discussed about enforcing it, that type of thing?
It's been talked about.
But it's never been implemented you've never implemented it?
No.
And as far as your relationship with Riley, you said it was getting better. Since when?
The past 2 weeks.
And has it been as rocky from September of 2020 when counseling started until the last couple of weeks?
It's been rocky since 2017.
And do you believe that if you're awarded primary custodian of these children, that Caden will ever have a relationship with his mother?
No, he will have a relationship with his mother.
Why would that be any different? How would it be different?
Continuing counseling and continuing me pushing him and telling him he's going to have a relationship.
Do you understand that co-parenting is important between the two of you as parents?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand this court's going to expect that out of both of you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what miraculous thing is going to change with Caden if you're awarded primary to make him want to be with his mom?
Start enforcing and grounding him.
And again, why hadn't you enforced before?
I don't have an answer for that.
Do you discuss this litigation or items about Mrs. Broussard with Caden?
Have I? Clear time frame.
Yes.
Have I discussed?
Since June of 2020 and when the divorce is filed, have you discussed anything about this divorce with Caden?
No, ma'am.
Has you discussed anything with Riley?
No, ma'am.
So how are the children keeping so involved in this case? Do you know?
What they're witnessing in the house.
Now, do the children have locks on their doors?
Yes, the push button, not keyed locks.
And since 2019, you and Mrs. Broussard have shared at least the common master bath and closet, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Well, actually, it's his and her closets, but yes, the common bath.
I pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to give each side a minute for closing. Ms. Tebow, you may proceed.
Yes, Judge, I think that the evidence that's been put on today, especially through the testimony of the therapist, Ms. Sparkle Reed, and also Mr. Broussard's testimony, that only in the last 2 weeks he's starting to have a better relationship with his daughter and he's reaching out to her, and that he all of a sudden now thinks that he should discipline Caden when Caden makes his own decisions not to have a good relationship with his mother. Tina Broussard, through the testimony of Sparkle Reed and herself, has shown that she has been making continual attempts to co-parent, continual attempts to improve the relationship between not only herself and the children, but also between the children, and continual attempts to reach out to Mr. Broussard. That evidence supports our contention that Mrs. Broussard should be the primary conservator of the children, and that she should, and as such, being the primary conservator of the children, she should be the one to have the marital home during this temporary period of the divorce. Additionally, Mr. Broussard should pay guideline child support on his $94,000 a year income, and he should also pay 50% of all continue to carry the children on insurance, pay 50% of the uninsured expenses. Mrs. Broussard, I think, has demonstrated a greater ability to attempt to work with Mr. Broussard on co-parenting. I think that implementing a co-parenting program, which would allow the parties to speak to each other through digital means instead of face-to-face, would go a long way towards improving their relationship. And I think also it would be good that it will capture their communication so that they will be available for the court in the future if necessary. And the other things that we've asked for in our proposed current parenting order or temporary orders, we would like to have, especially.
Object at that point about anything not brought into evidence, and that's not been brought into evidence, Your Honor.
Well, I think if the judge, it was brought.
Hold on. It was. Oh yeah, you did. It's not put in evidence. All right, so the court's going to limit it to just the evidence that was presented at the
Okay.
hearing.
So anyway, we also think that Mr. Broussard should pay 50% of Riley's FFA expenses. She's going to be, as everybody has heard, she's going to be doing raising a steer next year. The expenses are going to be a lot higher and outside the normal purview of regular child support. I think the children should continue
to keep non-testimony type closing argument.
Sustained. Anything further, Ms. Tebow?
I'm sorry, Judge, I couldn't hear you.
Objection was sustained. Anything further on your closing?
Judge, I feel like we should, just in closing, I think all the evidence has shown that the better party to make the primary conservator is Mrs. Broussard. She has shown the greater inclination and action to make the parties be in a better situation than the children, and that's what we think, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Tebow. Mr. Tracton, you have 1 minute for your closing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I think if we've found anything out from the testimony today from everybody that's testified that wasn't just alien, somewhere minimally involved with these children and observing them, the parents both need to be involved with these kids. They both need to have their strengths with each child, and it'll take both of them. While the idea of the nesting is why I'm looking at it from the best interest of the children. It's going to cause each parent to have that time with the kids that they need in order to be able to capture the positive aspects of it. There's already been a opening given by the daughter to have a relationship with her father. Why it's happened the last 2 weeks, I might welcome our time we're here and the fact that there's a truck and a pig and a few other things that Dad's real involved in because his truck carries all the stuff. His stuff is he is involved as much as she'll allow him. He's been beat down and moved away. He's done what he can do as far as Riley goes. He's already testified, and I think this hearing's been a very big eye-opening experience as to the benefits of both parties being able to raise those kids and start making it happen. The parties have been living together in a dysfunctional family. My client and Miss Broussard have to start working together with each of the people they have influence over. Both kids have special, well, Riley has some special circumstances and probably some additional counseling over and above her things, but she's failing in school. She's got to do something.
Objection, Your Honor, there was no testimony as to her grades.
There was, Your Honor. I think that it's going to be beneficial to these kids to have a focused time with each parent, and there's nobody to run away to, and they'll come about. They both need each parent. Both parents need both children. It won't happen through the therapist by alone.
Thank you, Mr. Trachtenberg. Ms. Johnson, you're closing.
Your Honor, all I can really say is I'm speechless that these children have been allowed to either make decisions or treat their parents disrespectfully, and the parents have not put a stop to that. It doesn't matter what the parents think about each other. This is their children's lives, and that just is, I'm stunned by it. As far as the primary conservator, my only concern is not if mom is put out as a primary conservator or a dad's put on as primary conservator. My problem is these kids are so polarized, and the only reason I even suggested nesting is because they're so polarized. If there's considered a win or a lose, I'm concerned about the ramifications these kids are going to do, because right now they think they can do anything. I don't know how to fix that. I would have tried to fix it sooner if I could have. I don't know what to do to fix, whoops, who'd I lose? I know who, somebody went off. It doesn't matter, as long as I didn't lose. I just saw somebody lose. I want to make sure it wasn't a party. I don't know what to do, Judge. Maybe it will change if there's a court order, but my concern is not necessarily naming a primary. Well, my concern is naming a primary because with the results of these children, what will happen? And I don't know that. Maybe we just need to try it and find out. But it's not picking on mom. It's not really picking on dad. It's just, that's what I'm concerned with. These children have a mind of doing their own thing, and they've been in counseling for months and nothing's changed. They say things in counseling to the counselor, but nothing changes at home. What's going to make the change? The only thing I can see is something that's going to make these parents learn to co-parent and see what damage they're doing to their children. And I'm glad I'm not you.
May I respond, Judge?
Thank you. No, it's the court's heard enough. I will give you all the time in the world on a final trial, but on temporary orders, and I want the parties to hear this, because the lawyers, on temporary orders, we have to limit the amount of time that we do this, because one, it's not good for your pocketbooks for the lawyers to just have 3 or 4 days to present a temporary orders hearing when I'm going to have to hear all that evidence again on the final trial. And it doesn't make sense to hear all that stuff twice. So that's why I put a time limit on the lawyers. I wanted y'all to get through this case today so that I could get some orders in place for y'all. But I know some of you may have felt like you wanted a witness to testify in more detail, or Dad, you may have wanted to talk more today than you got a chance to talk about, but you're going to be able to do that on final trial. I can tell you that I think I'm not real thrilled with this case as a judge. I agree with the amicus. I think these children are the product of parents that are not co-parenting, and in some ways silently or tacitly approving of them disrespecting their other parent. And that's something that sets up for a poor future for those children if that continues. Because what happens is then they develop that habit of disrespecting authority, not only in their home, but then it bleeds into other areas of their lives, and it creates major trouble for them in their adult life. And it's frustrating because it appears that they are certainly in a bad state right now. But that being said, I'm going to exercise my right as a judge to do an interview of these children under 153.009. I have the authority to do that on my own motion, and I'm going to do that. I want to talk to both of these kids, and I want the amicus to be present in that conference. And I'm going to do that before I issue my ruling, because I want to I want to talk to both of them. I'd like to do that fairly quickly so that you, Mr. and Ms. Broussard, get some kind of resolution to this temporary orders hearing. So I'm going to look at maybe Monday or Tuesday, Ms. Johnson, or Wednesday, one of those 3 days. If you have any of those available where you could do something at like, sounds like they don't get out of school until 4. So hopefully we could do maybe get them out of school maybe an hour early. Do we have a way to get them to the courthouse at like 3 o'clock?
Here we go again.
I'm sorry, not the
My
courthouse.
client can bring
Get
them.
on Zoom.
Yeah,
Okay.
my client can handle
then-
that. I think she's working from home.
Ms.
Judge,
Johnson, do you have any
I
day
don't know
next?
if you hear me or you don't hear me.
Tuesday's my best day, Judge.
Judge,
I think it's
don't-
going to be a longer child interview than you're used to having with me, just based on these facts. I don't think it's going to be one of those 30 minutes kind of thing and done. I think this one's probably going to take a little bit longer, just based on what I've heard. So you said Tuesday at what time, Ms. Johnson?
I'm pretty much open on Tuesday, Judge. I've got trial on Wednesday and mediation on Monday. So anytime you choose is fine with me. We need to start at 4 and go till 6. I don't care. 3 to 5, whatever.
All right, let's try 3 o'clock on, and I know I've got a trial next week that's supposed to be, that was reset, that's supposed to go the 19th and 20th, but let's do 3 o'clock on the 20th. And Mr. and Ms. Broussard, do not talk to your children. One of the first questions I'm going to ask them is, tell me what mom said about this interview. Tell me what dad said about this interview. Don't put any pressure on them or talk to them about the interview. If you do, that's just going to be something that further irritates me with this case. And it could cause you trouble as far as my ruling goes. So just make sure you can tell them that they're getting to talk to the judge, and that's really all you need to say to them. If you want me to cover certain topics with them, I'm going to let you get with your lawyers. You can write up a list of topics that you would like me to address with each child, and you can email those to the court, and I'll take a look at those and I'll ask some of those questions if I can. And so
How do you
y'all
want
have
us
the
to
ability
get
to do
those to
that.
you, Judge?
You just
E-file
email
or
them to the Janie.
email them to Janie?
No,
Okay,
I don't want them
thank you.
e-filed.
Yeah,
Yeah, just email them to Janie and I'll take a look at them.
thank you, Judge.
And that's going to complete today. It's going to complete
Thank you,
today's case. I will get you a ruling once I talk to the children. Typically, that's going to be within a couple of days. So you'll probably have a ruling by next Friday.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank y'all. Y'all are
Bye.